Well, we've changed our little nook where we commentated for the primary schools prior to the primary school state championships, prior to the school holidays, and we're just getting used to this and some of the surrounding noise and doors, but I'm sure we'll get there. We've got no time on screen, but record this Wednesday, annual awards from Kirrawee High School. So when we get the clock up on the screen, we'll be able to tell you exactly what their swim is in relation to that. The swimmers are spread out now. It looks like lane 3, maybe lane 4. Lane 4. There's our winner, over lane 5. The winner is at lane 5, then 4, then 6, 6. So there's time finals. So now we've got next one. So we'll need those times so we can compare times of these. So we'll leave those time finals. We get to the points. We've got some facts there in the history of my high school sport. So there we go, lane 100. Swimmers are strung out. We apologise, we're having some technical difficulties at the moment. But we've just got times and names on the screen. Sorry about that, just a moment. So lane 2, we're going to Thompson. Just like those names again. Lane 5 is turn first. Lane 5, Lara Clack and Natasha Fraser, Tully Itok, Abby Urell and Akira as they turned. Now we must be getting towards getting, we're unable to see the race live. They must be getting close to the last few laps of this event. So Lara Clack in 7:57.96 leads the field. So if you look at times, you'd guess that there are another, this lap to be completed and then another 2. just comparing times to records. And the leaders turn and make their way back. What do you think for the last time? And 50 metres to go for Lara. Very solid swim. In other parts of the country and indeed the world. Hopefully you can see the end of this event. So we've got 3 swimmers in. 3, 4, 5. Newcastle, Akira Saliba, and Scott. Now, the record was 8:52. This preliminary final 3 in a timed final event, so the fastest times will be the ones that will win the medals here of the various heats. So this is heat 3, girls, 100 metres time final.
Your attention please, ladies and gentlemen. Just a reminder that the only people who should be on pool deck are competitors and officials. No parents or coaches should be on pool deck.
Backstroke. It's 13 years, could be 13 years. Pass my glasses. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live stream for the New South Wales Combined High School Sports Association Swimming Championships for 2021. We apologise for the technical difficulties that we've been experiencing, but hopefully we'll get through the rest of the day without any further problems. And we've just witnessed the end of the 100 metres 14 years backstroke. And a nom Karana, a nom Agung. We have another heat ready to go in the 100 metres backstroke 14 years boys and men's. In lane 0, Tyler McManus. Lane 1, Christian Leyland. Lane 2, Jehoiah Taz, and I've lost this. Lane 3, Anton Janovic. Lane 4, Bruce Z. Lane 5, Malik Amin. Lane 6, Adrian Arneson. Looks like it's lane 4 that's turning first. Bruce C. $15 metres to go. It's still lane 4. Challenge coming from lane 3. And lane 3, Anton Janovic. Touched out Bruce Z, and third was Jazz Tuyamir, in a time of 106.9. And our next event will be the 15 years female 100 metres backstroke. We have 3 swimmers in the first heat. The current record stands at 106.25. We've got Claire Jensen in lane 3 from Narrabri. Sienna William Whalen and Hannah Walmsley from Peel High School. There'll be 4 heats in this event. As I approach the turn, it looks like it's lane 4 who'll turn first. And that's Sienna Whalen from Denison College. This is day 1 of the New South Wales CHSSA Swimming Championships for 2021. And at the moment we're in session 1, the first morning session. And young Sienna is pulling away with about 5 metres to go. And she's touched in 1:20.94. Our second heat will take the water shortly, and in lane 0 will be Samantha Thompson from Wellington, Courtney Clark from Maxville, Imogene Fickers from Smith Hill, Avaris Salter from Ulladulla, Taylor Allen from Kutara, Paul from Warners Bay, Mia Kutajar from East Hills Girls, Georgia Butler from Albury, and Dakota Pyle from Finley.
This is the first marshalling call for events 11 and 12, the girls and boys 16-year-old 100 metre backstroke. That's the first marshalling call for events 11 and 12, the girls and boys 16-year-olds 100 metre backstroke.
Tara High School on the Hunter. The record for this event stands currently at 106.25.
We have a Riverina team manager down to recording, please. A Riverina team manager to recording.
And Taylor Allen from Katara in 1:10.46, and there will be a disruption to our broadcast for a brief period of time.
This is a first marshalling call for events 13 and 14, the girls and boys 17 to 19 years 100 metre backstroke. And this is the second and final marshalling call for events 11 and 12, the girls and boys 16-year-old 100 metre backstroke.
So we now have the next heat of the 15 years girls 100 metre backstroke. Esther Bonser, Charlie Collins, Hetherington, Millie Pollock, Lane 5, and Sargent, 6, Talia Lovett, now in the second lap of this event. Lane 0 out to 9. We've got Esther Bonser, Charlie Rose Collins, Kira Hetherington, Millie Pollock, Dominique Melbourne, Annika Sargent, Talia Lovett, Antoinette Hewish, Cindy Coram and Michelle Prasad. So there are the places. Dominique Melbourne. It was lanes 1, 2, 4. Dominic Melbourne, Annika Sargent and Kira Hetherington first, second and third. 109.12 the time, about 3 seconds, 0.3 of a second outside the record. Now we're going to the boys 15 years backstroke. From lane 0 out, Harry O'Donnell, Riley Gibbs, Cameron Lim, Mackenzie Barnes, Jack Hendry, Denver Pelly, Adam Jerkowitz, Mitchell Skipworth, Reese Kelo and Flynn Hess. And when we get the opportunity following that breakdown in our transmission earlier, we'll bring you the final results of the timed open 800 metre finals, both men's and women's. So this is the boys. Lane 4 and 5, Hendry and Skipworth, along with 7, Pelly in 5 and Skipworth in 7. Record here, 59.47. So it's lanes 5, 7, 4, Denver Pelly, Mitchell Skipworth and Jack Hendry the preliminary, the heats of the boys 15 years 100 metre backstroke. Denver Pelly, Mitchell Skipworth and Jack Hendry, time 1.06.86. Now we go to heat 2 of the boys 15 years 100 metre backstroke. From lane 0 to 9, Ricky Constable, Nate Atkinson, Daniel O'Donnell, Owen Tighe, Alexander Howden, Silas Phillips, Jack Leeson, Matthew Hyam, Matthew Allen and Jack McLeod. And as these are seeded, it's often lanes 3, 4, 5 that feature, but not always. Sometimes state championships bring out the best of others that haven't been tested before. So at the turn, it's lane 5, 1, 3, that's Silas Phillipson, who is in lead. And that's a good solid swim and a handy lead. He'll coast home. So there are the places. Lanes 5, 1 and 4, Silas Phillipson, Nate Atkinson, Alexander Howson. To heat 3. Luke Barlow in lane 0. Then working out Taylor Marks, Bailey Whitten, Joe Hawken, Hewins, Brock Hepburn, Kobe Hall, Ryan Rubhound, Noah Brown, Austin Flavell and Lewis Periotti. Brock Hepburn has a best time of 1.06, which is about a second faster than the next best, Kobe Hall in lane 5. So Kobe Hall from Warnes Bay goes round the first turn and the only turn. Time. We'll just have a look at that in a moment. Kobe Hall, Noah Brown, 1.0309. Well, that's his best time, and it's still a ways outside the record, but a good swim. Kobe Hall, Noah Brown, Brock Hepburn, Ryan Aruba. So some of those will move through into the final. Now we go to the 16 years backstroke for girls. The 16 years backstroke. Hallie West, Lucy Trees, Emily Weston, Imogen Richards, Alex O'Brien, Madeline Goddard, Chelsea Jones, Jasmine Sutton. And the last couple went off your stream, but I've got them here. Gemma King and Georgia McLean. fastest time here in the lead-up events coming into the CHS was Alex O'Brien from Singleton, 1:10.35. Good turn there by Alex. So Alex in 1:09, and then Imogen Richards, Madeline Goddard, and the rest of the participants. So Alex O'Brien, Imogen Richards and Madeline Goddard. The next event is 16 years backstroke. Grace Millgate, Courtney Mulligan, Charlie Cash, Heidi Schneider, Sarah Bull, Laura Lott, Layla Barclay, Sian Rose, and over to my sheets, Layla Macon and Holly Shields. Nice stroking there by lanes 3, 4. And as they turn, it's Sarah Bull and Heidi Schneider and Laura Lott. I can't see much changing. Maybe that third spot, there's a challenge, but not much else changing. As we move within the last 15 metres. So Layla Macon, Grace Millgate, Sian Rose. Now there's the final. Sarah Bull, Heidi Schneider, Laura Lott, 1:07.81 was the first place getter's time. Now earlier in the day we had some preliminary heats for the boys and girls 800 metre races, and taken on times. These were the winners: gold, silver, bronze. First place in the girls open 800 metres, freestyle was Kimberly Doyle from Freshwater in a time of 9:49.59. In second place was Hikari Betar from Westfield Sports, and in third place Averil Jones from Newcastle. Fourth was Hannah Main from Glenwood, and in the boys it was Riley Twiss from Callaghan College in the Hunter. Silver Cade Knight from Tumut. Third Jackson Blake, Ulladulla, and in fourth place Riley Lawrence. The winning time was 8:52.64, which brings me to a point of history that in that very event in 1971, Graham Windiett, who was swimming in the CHS Championships from East Hills Boys High and swimming at the North Sydney pool, set a time of 8 minutes 28.60. Now that time was recognised by FINA, the swimming authority, as being the world record. It was a new world record, open world record at that time, and was recognised as such, which was great acknowledgement of the quality of the officials that were conducting the event. They were all certified. So a world record at that time to Graham Windiett, 8:28.60. And the next year, Graham went to the Munich Olympics and won a silver medal in the 1500 metres. So, yeah, one of the greats of school sport and, in fact, of swimming. So we now move to the next event. We're still with the girls 16 years, 100 metre backstroke. The girls 16 years, 100 metre backstroke heats. Callum Cox, Gideon Webster, Gus Gilbert. So we're up to the boys. I'm sorry, I apologise for that. We're up with the boys. We just finished the last girls' heat. So this is preliminary heat number 1 of the boys. In they come. Callum Cox in 1.03, Gideon Webster and Gus Gilbert. So they're the fastest 3 competitors in the first heat. We'll write that time down, 1.03.07, and see how they line up as we move through the heats. You can see that's the swimmers from previous races which remain on the side of the pool, on the side of the lane, and just hold on to the rope. And this makes it easier for us to move through the events more quickly. And we do get through plenty, and we will over the next 3 days. So just to give you the from lanes 0 out, we've got Deegan Davis and Wiley Curtis, Sebastian Bellamy, Harrison Bolton, Remy Lennon, Max van der Merwe, Kelly Constable, Thomas Cheek, Oscar Croak, Alexander Messon. So they're lanes 0 to 9. And our winner touches the pool, Remy Lennon. Remy from Camaragal. Camaragal. Amy Lennon, Max van der Merwe and Kelly Constable. 103.13, which is very similar to the previous race. So and the next event, the next heat, Joshua Ayrton, Jack McKinty, Leo Shin, Connor Diven, Alexander Foreman, Benjamin Harris, Charles Walker, Dylan Truong, Marshall Lynch and Egan Killick. They're away. Fastest qualifier here was super time. So the fastest coming into this event in lane 4, Alexander Foreman with a 1.01. If he maintains that form on the last couple of heats, then that'll hold him in good stead going into the finals. Yeah, a bit slower than his best, but still good enough to lead home the field. So Alex Foreman, Benjamin Harris and Charles Walker, Connor Diven came in fourth, 1.0229. Now we go to the girls. 17 to 19 years. In lanes 3, 4, 5, we've got Olivia Dolbell, Charlotte Pempathy and Emily Deasy. Lanes 3, 4, 5. Then we will have 3 full heats after that. So more competitors. Too many competitors for 3 heats, so we've had to shift out to 4. Like Charlotte just holding a slender lead from Olivia, followed by Emily. That's the way they'll finish. Charlotte Penbathy, Olivia Dolbell and Emily Deasy. Time of 1:18:20. Charlotte from Narrabri, Olivia Orange, and Emily from Tamworth. Some beautiful parts of New South Wales. Now in the next heat, ready. And we've got Natalie Allen, Megan Yench, Scarlett Finn, Hannah Yao, Trinity Cox, Jordan Amies, Jessica Buffett, Veronica Simmons, Alicia Cullen and Kiara McIntyre. Good line across the pool and around they go. Three and four having a ding-dong go here. Trinity Cox and Jordan Amies and Hannah Yao. Let's see what we get. So Trinity Cox first in 108.89. Jordan Amies followed by Hannah Yao. Good time there by Trinity. Now to the next heat, there on your screen. Body length lead to Abby Proctor. And Jessica Buffett. So Abby Proctor is going to win this third heat, third of four. And not much in it for second and third. And it's Jessica Curtis into second. And in third place, that one got taken down very quickly. There it is. Jessica Curtis was second, Jessica Buffett was third, and pretty good times there again. That's the fastest heat we've had so far, 1.0660. Now the next heat on your screen. Good start. Haven't had too many dramas today with false starts, except for the technical side of things. So it looks like Emily Jones, Olivia Sullivan and Kelsey Pressia leading the way. So Emily Jones in 1.0661. Olivia Sullivan was second. Khalees Pressler was third. Then Choong Song, Lara Madden, and the rest of our competitors. And the next event will be the boys, 17 to 19 years, 100 metres backstroke. And there'll be 3 heats of this event and a final to be held at a later stage. And there are the competitors and their lane numbers on screen. The record in this event is 56.58, set in 2007 by Daniel Arnamnat. Bevan Smith in basically 1 minute there, followed by Joshua Reed and Regan. I think that was Smith before they took it down. So here they are, Bevan Smith, Joshua Reed and Regan Smith. Time 1:00:09 to heat 2. Competitors from the previous heat exit. And here's our current crop. There's a good swim happening over here in lane 3. Adam McCarthy. From Mount Annan. Tight go there. Adam McCarthy in 1:02:20, followed by excuse me, by Callan Fenwick Kearns and Luke Garmond. 1:02:20 is the winning time. Not quite as fast as the previous heat. Now the third and final heat in this 17 to 19 years boys 100 metre backstroke. As we go to the wide shot. Lane 4, 2, 3. Turn Marius Bowl in 29.50, turned in front. It's a good time. And he's extended that lead and did it comfortably. Marius Bowl, Bailey Crehan and Ricky Bettar. So that's the fastest time in any of the heats, 1.0016. So there's our fastest. No, that was just about the same time as the first heat. So it was the second heat that was the slowest heat, but heats 1 and 3 almost identical. Now we're through the backstroke and we've now got a bank of multi-class backstrokes, which are always very enjoyable to watch. Great young competitors in these multi-class events, and they receive great applause for their endeavours. Now, a bit of explanation about the multi-class events. The multi-class events, because you win a race, doesn't necessarily mean that you receive the gold or the silver or the bronze, because there needs to be a calculation done of the time and the nature of the category of the disability, whatever that might be. And then in these recognised categories throughout the world, the calculation then converts to a number of points, and so we find our winner. So while it's very pleasing to be the first to touch, that doesn't necessarily assure you of being deemed the winner once the points calculation is done. And they're away. This is the 12 girls, 12 to 15 years, 50 metre backstroke multi-class.
Marching confidence 19, 20, 21, 22. The girls and boys 20, 200 metres. And the girls and boys 13, 200 metres freestyle. First marching confidence 19, 20, 21 and 22.
And just while we've got some of these events happening, I've got a special guest to the microphone. I've got with me Riley Twiss from Callaghan College in the Hunter. Good morning, Riley.
Good morning.
When did you come down? this morning?
Yeah.
So you came down this morning and you're going to stay overnight, or you're going to head back? You're going to stay overnight?
Yeah, I'll be staying overnight at NSWCHSSA.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mate, I notice you're in quite a few events.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Very busy week so far, so yeah.
And what's your pet event?
The 800 freestyle.
The 800?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just talking about your time, and I was mentioning that going back to 1971, a gentleman by the name of Graham Windiet swam that time, which at that time was the world record, open world record. So that's pretty quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's very fast.
It's very, very fast. So what other events are you going to are you going to be participating in?
Well, today I started the 200 freestyle and the 400 AM, and then I have the 400 freestyle and 100 fly on Friday.
Okay.
I think maybe a age relay tomorrow.
Okay, did you bring the books down with you?
No.
No books this time
No
around.
books. Yeah.
Okay. So, when did you decide that, gee, I like this swimming, I'm okay at this? Was it, you did learn to swim programs and so on? Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I did a couple of learn to swim programs when I was pretty young, and then my current coach asked me to join the squad, the national squad, and yeah.
And you're a bit of a natural straight away?
Yeah.
Okay.
But a lot of natural talent when I first started, and yeah.
So, do you get time to get engaged in other sports and activities?
No.
No, this is it for you?
Yeah, it's just all training for swimming, just all focused on swimming. Yeah.
Swim, school, not much social life.
Yeah.
That's sort of the routine, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
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 I guess you have an interest in other sports and you like to watch other sports.
Yeah. I think water polo is very fun to watch.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Very interesting.
So much going on there that we don't see too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so did Mum and Dad come down?
I'm just here with my dad.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're here, you're going to stay for a couple of days, you've got any number of events, and well, you're going to certainly be taking home one gold medal.
Yeah.
So that's fantastic, and the thrill of participating too. You come down, you see people, I would think, that you participate against and with in other championships and in other meets, and you see them year after year.
Yeah.
And you came through the primary school system, through the PSSA, and then into the CHS, and here we are.
Yeah.
Well, we wish you well, Riley, for the rest of the championships. We look forward to seeing you up on screen.
Thank you.
And enjoy yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, mate. Lovely to have you here. What a well-spoken young man, young Riley Twist.
Thank you.
From Callaghan College in the Hunter. And so we'll just go back to our program. Okay, and we're continuing with our multi-class events, and we've got the 100 metre backstroke, the boys 17, or men 17 to 19 years. It says 17 to 19. On the screen it says 16 to 19 on the program, but that's okay. So there are our competitors, lanes 1 out to lanes 8. Tyrone Shields, Benjamin Tulloch, Davin Lee, Noah Castle, Joshua Henry, Dylan Van Stralen, Lachlan Daly Monk and Riley Ferrugia. 50 metre backstroke, multi-class, 16 to 19 years boys. And just a reminder on the multi-class that first past the post, you can't cash in. Calculation has to be done according to the category of the individual swimmers, and that'll come out as a points tally, and then we'll have a winner. So they make their way now toward the centre of the pool. And into the final half of the race. And that's Noah Castle. 49.62. Noah Castle, 49.62. And we'll see how that, when it gets fed into the computer, how that looks as far as placings are concerned. Now we've got another heat for the boys multi-class backstroke. Heat 2, and then we're going to move into the girls. So backstroke, there's the results of that previous event, 17 to 19 years. Noah Castle, Dylan Van Stralen and Joshua Henry at this stage. Now there are the swimmers, starting with Carl Tasker from Wellington, right out to Nicholas Briley from maybe Woolgoolga. And they're away in this boys 50 metre heat 2 of the 12 to 15 years boys. Fastest qualifiers, lanes 4 and 5, that's Matty Price and Declan Budd. They're both in about the 36 range, and that's going to be a best time there. Declan Budd 35.68. So Declan Budd 35.68. Darren Seisman, Endeavour, Matty Price Parks. And that equals the record. That swim equals the record for that event. So 56.58. Just want to confirm that for you. We've got our quantum Swiss timing. We'll confirm that as we go to now the first heat of the girls. The first heat of the ladies. 17 to 19 years. There are our competitors. From Shana Fila in lane 0 out to Daniela Gargaro from Finley. Gargaro and Finley. Now the time here to beat is 31.23. It's 35.86. So and again, another tight finish. There have been some of these in the backstroke. That's almost a dead heat from here. But it's been sorted. Jamie Plunkett in 42.19 was the winner. And the placings will come up on the screen in a moment as everyone touches. Here we go. So it was Hannah, Tira Farugia, Shana Fila. Jamie Plunkett, McKinley Arneson Seepens second, and Samantha Whiting third. Now the next heat is next is the first heat of the boys 100 metre backstroke. Multiclass. Three competitors: Miles Sigley, Aidan Clark, Patrick O'Donnell. In this, again, not enough to make up two full heats, so we've got a full second heat, and this is our first heat. And away they go. Kicking furiously. So lanes 3, 4, 5. It's going to be lane 3, Miles Sigley, followed by Aidan Clark, and then Patrick O'Donnell. Well done to all of those competitors. Very good swims from Miles, Aidan and Patrick. Now to the next heat. This is a full house. Jack Lancaster out to Ryan Shakeshaft. Kelso out to Taree. Fastest qualifier here, when I say qualifier, is in their regional and other performances, is Morgan Jean in 37.95. Next fastest, Lachlan Hanratty, 39.35.
Your attention, ladies and gentlemen, and team managers. Can I draw your attention to the Prelims program, which has an error in it in relation to the event scheduled for tomorrow. The program, as printed, is incorrect, and the correct program is displayed on the website. The first event tomorrow will commence at 8 a.m. with the girls 12 years, 58.
And it's going to be lanes
Disregard the
4 and 5.
go on the website times for tomorrow.
There's lane 4, Morgan, and Lachlan in 5, 35.84 that time. That's inside his previous qualifyings by a couple of seconds. Terrific swim there by Morgan Jean and Lachlan Hanratty. Then we'll move on to event 19 in our program. These are the girls' 200 metres. Okay, 200 metres freestyle. Alyssa Peters, Eva Scovey, Lola Perry and Remy Hale. And we've just lost vision, but we hope we get... it's back. So these young ladies from Hillston, Bulli, Mulwaree and Finley. And this is the first of 3 heats in the girls' 200 metres. So they'll turn twice at the end of the 50 and the 150. Eva Scovey in lane 3 has by far the best time at 3:28, followed by Lola Perry at 3:32. But once you get into these state level events, it's amazing how people lift themselves and they go to another level. They find something in them within that they didn't know was there. Just the competition brings out the best in you. Moving up towards the next turn at the 100. And lane 4's around. And Scovey. Barring a mishap, that's the way they're going to finish in the first 2. Eva Scovey and Lola Perry, Eva from Bulli and Lola from Mulwaree. Into the final turn. And up the last leg.
Attention please, ladies and gentlemen, we have the presentation ceremony for the girls 12 to 15 years, 50 metre backstroke multi-class. And we're very fortunate this morning here today to have Craig Stevens with us, who's going to be presenting. Craig is Olympic medalist from the 2004 Olympic Games. So welcome Craig, and thank you for your help this morning. All right. In third place and receiving the bronze medal from Musselbrook is Portia Jimison. In second place, receiving the silver medal from Baldwin Hills High School, Crystal Jessup.
So they're our place getters in that first heat of the girls' 12 years 200 metre freestyle.
From Murrumbidgee Regional School, Nicole Taylor.
3:16.18.
Thank you, Craig, and congratulations, girls.
So to the next heat. Looks like heat, maybe lane 6. Over in the distance, turning first, quite a way to go. That's Madison Wood in 6, turn in 34.08. So Madison's swimming a heck of a race here. And if she can sustain this, her best is 2:44.86. But she's making a good go of it and is showing a clean pair of feet. Now we've got then lane 3, which is Lara Morgan from Whitebridge. So Madison Wood just about to touch. Madison Wood in 2:25.75. Well, she's knocked almost 20 seconds of what her regional time would have been. So that's a great example about competition. what it does for you, bringing out the best. So we'll have those final places up on screen in a momento. And there they are, Madison Wood, Lara Morgan, Chloe Arn, and then Evie Tomlinson, 225.75. Now we've got the next heat, the final heat of the girls' 12-year 200 metre freestyle. Mia Hampton out to Sophie McCannany. Dubbo South. So our schools represented, for those schools that have tuned in, we've got Hill Sports, Picton, Aurora Valley, Cherrybrook, Endeavour, Mount Annan, Endeavour, Holsworth, Crestwood and Dubbo South in this race, in this heat. Schools from right across New South Wales participating, metropolitan and rural. Bridget Bass turning in front of Kate McCarthy. Mia Ackhurst in there as well. So the last turn, up the bell lap. Bridget Bass, Kate McCarthy, Mia Ackhurst. They turned in that order. There's a challenge here in about lane 2 or 3 as well for third spot, but no. Okay, Bridget Bass, Kate McCarthy, Pearl Palazzi, Bridget Bass, Kate McCarthy, Pearl Palazzi, 22402. That's slightly quicker than the previous heat. So Bridget Bass, Kate McCarthy and Pearl Palais. Best time 224.02. Now we're going to the boys 200 metre freestyle, 12 years. There's lanes 2, 3, 4, 5 in a reduced field. And we've got 4 competitors. In 3 heats. Last 2 heats are full. This is a reduced field. It's lane 2, turning first, Sam Manwaring. Cooper Stevenson, Luca Pincini and Deegan Lesniak. I can't see Sam being headed anytime soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the presentation of medals for boys 12 to 15 years, 50 metres, backstroke, multi-class. And once again, we're very fortunate to have Craig Stickers making the medal presentations. In third place and receiving the bronze medal from Parks High School is Matty Price. In second place, receiving the silver medal from Endeavour Sports High School.
So Sam way out in front.
And in first place, from Davidson High School, receiving the gold medal, Declan Butler. Thank you, Craig, and congratulations, boys.
$239.70, 239.70.
I just want to see Alicia from senior
Heat 2 of the boys, 12 years, 200 metres freestyle.
In second place, and receiving the silver medal from Grafton, James Lundell.
It's lane 2.
And in first place, receiving the gold medal from Evans River, McKinley Arneson.
Turned in front. It's Jakub Fennick.
Congratulations, girls, and thank you, Craig.
The ground being made up now by lanes 4 and 7. Two turns just in front from 4, who I think's got a bit left. It's Jaden Thompson. This is where the battle is, 2 and 4. Jakob Fennick, East Hills boys. Still holding on nicely. Round goes 4, Jaden Thompson. going to smash his regional time, which was 2:30.65. So Jakob Fennick from Jaden Thompson. And final placings and times will come up on the screen in a moment for our mums and dads and friends and relatives watching at home. We've even had people from overseas contact us to let us know that they were able to watch their family participating in these events. So it was Jakob Fennick, Jaden Thompson, then Jimmy Boel Canoblis. There's the next heat. Away.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the presentation of medals for the boys 16 to 19 years, 50 metres backstroke, multi-class. Race team to once again present the awards. In second place, receiving the silver medal from Holsworthy, is Lachlan Hanrahan. First place, receiving the gold medal from Westport, Morgan Jenkins. Thank you, Craig, and congratulations, boys.
Ollie Marcelino and Liam Jordan. 1 and 2. 106.81 for that split.
Attention please, looking for Bridget Bass and Madison Wood to attend the presentation area. Bridget Bass and Madison Wood.
This is going to be outside the record, but still a good time. Riley Marcelino, 2:20.67. Then Cohen Clavel and Liam Jordan. Our next event, we're going to be going to the girls, 13 years, 200 metre freestyle heats, heat 1 of 3.
And they have just taken to the water. In lane 0 we've got Summer Fernance, lane 1 Chloe Brown, lane 2 Ruby Walsh, 3 Shania Crispin, 4 Caitlin Williams, 5 Talia Simona, 6 Jenny Robin, 7 Isabel Irwin and 8 Dakota Kerr. A very close race at this point in time. Looks like lane 4 marginally ahead of lane 5. Or lane...
Presentation medals for the girls 12 years, 200 metres freestyle.
Sorry, it's lane 3 marginally ahead of lane 5.
Third place, receiving the bronze medal from Wollongong High School, Madison Wood. Feel free to give each medalist a round of applause as they receive.
The record for this event is 209.23, held by Philippa Reeves. And it was set in 1990.
And receiving the gold medal from Endeavour Sports High School, Bridget Bates. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
So approach the last turn. It is still lane 3. Marginally ahead of lane... Oh no, I'm sorry, lane 5 has moved up. Very good swim coming in from lane 2, and I believe it is lane 6, Jenna Robam in 2:25.83, followed by Sinead Crispin and Talia Samameo. Heat 2 of the girls 13 years old 200 metres freestyle. In 0 we've got Lily Egan, lane 1 Lara McClellan, lane 2 Tara Stewart, lane 3 Andrea Thompson, lane 4 Manaz Kaliki, lane 5 Brianna Parker, lane 6 Addison Rufus, lane 7 Amelia Cullen, lane 8 Indiana Aikman, and lane 9 Ariana King. The first split time was 31.95. Lane 6, Addison Rufus, went round in 108.65. A very good swim coming from the swimmer in lane 3, I think it is, who's now moved up to challenge lane 6. As they approach the third and final turn. And it's young Andrea Thompson, who's turned in 1:46.89. Andrea's from South Grafton High School on the North Coast. A very close race also for second place at the moment. Lane 3, Andrea Thomas finished with 2:23.39, followed by lane 4, Manaz Kaliki, and lane 6, Addison Rufus. 2:23.39, which was faster time than the previous heat. Our final heat in the girls' 13 years 200 metres freestyle. It's just entered the water. In lane 0 we have Jade Main from Glenwood High School. Lane 1, Helly Childs from Leichhardt. Lane 2, Charlotte Boma from Cronulla. Lane 3, Pippi de Pania from McKellar Girls. Lane 4, Tilly Thickers, Smith Hill. Lane 5, Amelia Chan, Manly. Lane 6, Olive Hutchinson from Kirrawee. Lane 7, Evie Way from Cheltenham. Lane 8, Renoa Lee, Greystanes. Lane 9, Eva King from Great Lakes College.
Please put your hands together to congratulate the boys. And thank you to Mario and Brisbane for making the presentation.
And it's Tilly Thickers in lane 4, who's turned with a split of 103.75, followed by lane 3, Pippi Pania. Still Tilly Frickers, followed by Pippi Tipania in the split of 138.44. It's a very strong swim from Tilly Frickers, who is now pulling away from the rest of the field.
There you go.
And that's a very strong swim to finish in 2:12.02 for Tilly Thickers. She beat her qualifying time by 4 seconds.
You need to come up and do it.
And that was the last heat in the girls 13-year-olds 200 metres freestyle. Our next event is event 22, the boys 13-year-olds 200 metres freestyle. In lane 0 we have Ewan Moody from Parkes, Liam Griffiths from Farrer, Braden Clark from Maxwell, Brody Cashman from Denison College, Patrick Mannon from Young, Patrick Welsh from Narrabri, Phoenix Preston from Kingscliff, Felix Lavia from Tenterfield, and Bosco Yen from West Wyalong. And they're off. The record for this event is 2:06.23, and that was set by Ryan Lennon in 2010. And it was a blanket turn, and with a split of 34.30. And again, there's a very close at the turn. We have lanes 3 and 5 with only a millisecond between them. The split was 1:12.70. I think lane 4 is starting to edge away. And that's, if it's lane 4, it's young Patrick Madden from Young in the Riverina. But unfortunately I got that wrong. It was lane 3, Brady Cashman from Denison College. But once again, lane 5 has pulled up very close. As we come into the closing stages, it's only going to be a touch in it. And it was Patrick Welsh in lane 5 in 2:30.14. And Patrick Welsh is from Narrabri, so well done to Patrick. I'll hand you over to Bill Anderson and one of our famous Olympians, Craig Stevens.
One of our favourite sons, Craig Stevens, he's comes out to watch some of his own swimmers, but that he trains, but also supports the system enormously, the combined high school system where he came through, and also the PSSA where he came through. Craig, I was talking earlier about a record which you broke, by the way, some time ago. It was the record of 8:28.60 in the 800 metres, set in 1971 by Graham Windier, which was a world record at the time. Now, you broke that a few years ago in one of your wins in the 800. You beat that time, and of course it wasn't a world record then, but that was some time in its day, the #1 time in the world for at a CHS championship at North Sydney Pool. Mate, how have you been?
Yeah, well, thank you. Just come back from Queensland where we had our Australian Age Championships and also the Australian Open Championships. So I had a few swimmers competing up there. So now it's back to the grind and getting back into training, and obviously coming out here and looking at these young and up and coming swimmers come through for the CHS Championships. So it's always good to come out here and watch.
Well, I guess coming out of national championships, the elite swimmers that are here would be holding a peak to go into these championships. Would that be right? They've peaked for the nationals and now they get through this, or would they be just coming down a little bit?
Yeah, well, the age group swimmers that competed, they finished a couple of weeks ago, so I guess you'd call it an extended taper. Yeah. Yeah, so you probably see a lot of the shorter distance times come down. It might be hard for some people to stay up over those 400 and 800 metre events, depending on what they did with their training, if they had any time off, coming back from Southport. A lot of the coaches are pretty good with, keeping the training going to make sure those longer events, stay up and, the back ends don't fall apart, when they're racing. So I think coming out here, you'll see some fast swimming from some of these top swimmers.
It's become a bit of a science, hasn't it? No matter whether it's swimming or whether it's running or throwing the shot put or playing rugby league, and it's a bit of a science to it all now about the way you train, the way you prepare, how you can get the best out of yourself and so on. In those respects, having a good coach is very important, and particularly for the coach to know the athlete, to know their athlete and what makes them tick.
It is, yeah. I mean, you've got to learn to know the individual, what works for them, what doesn't work for them. Some people like, or some swimmers or athletes like to be able to, rest quite a bit. Other athletes don't need a lot of rest, so it's a lot of a learning experience over the years with different swimmers that I've coached as to what works for them. Obviously, you've got a squad of swimmers who you pretty much give the same workload to, but there's a couple that don't need as much, or there's a couple that need that little bit more. So you might need to put a little bit extra, whether it be at the start of a session or the end of a session, to some of those distance swimmers, and then others that you need to rest off that little bit more. You can change the pattern of the set as to what you're doing to more suit them, and then obviously you've got your freestylers and you've got your IMers and your form strokers. So obviously swimming, you see a lot of kids burn out at early age, so I'm one to not give a lot of work at an early age. I like to see longevity in my swimmers. As I learned through a lot of training and racing, I didn't mature till I was quite a bit older. So I could have easily given up the sport when I was 13, 14, but I hung in there because I enjoyed it, and it wasn't until I was a little bit older that I started to see some results. So you like to think, a lot more swimmers are going to be able to stay in the sport if they enjoy it, and once they get through that later teenage years, if they can get through obviously all those other distractions that teenagers go through, they're going to see some good results through just hanging in there and working hard.
They've got to learn themselves a bit too. I've seen it with cricketers and golfers. Some of them, they'd hit 2,000 balls a day if you'd let them do that. And in many respects, for those people, they tend to lose a bit of confidence if they're not doing that. That's, they know I've done the work, I've hit all of these balls, I know I'm ready. Whereas others, their view is, I don't need to do that. I know I only need to hit this many because I'm at my peak when I do that. So a lot of it's finding out yourself as an athlete. In many respects, athletes as they get older can become very good coaches of themselves. They still need a coach, but they get to understand themselves, particularly if they keep a diary, on when they've done well and what they did leading up to that. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. You've got to be able to come up with a program that works, and when it works, you stick to it, but then you can just make some minor adjustments. So, I like to make sure that they've got always something to add into their program as they get older. So there's always progression there. You don't want to, have them peaking at a young age and have nowhere to go from there, like whether it be the amount of sessions or what gym work they're doing outside of the pool. Definitely, a diary is a great way for them to stay on with, when they're getting sick, or when they've got a lot of things happening at school, getting run down, all of those type of things that, as you said, I call it self-management. So they're aware of what their week involves, when the competitions are, when their exams are, how many assessments they've got to do, so they know, at times they've got to put more effort into their schoolwork. And so it's having that communication with your coach where you're aware of what's going on outside of their swimming life. So when they're coming in tired, not to push them too hard, but there's times where they don't have a lot of school load on, or other sports or things that you can push them a little bit harder. So again, it's communication between the parent, the coach and the swimmer, so everyone's on the same page. So kids at a young age, there's a lot of parent involvement because they're the ones bringing them to the pool, and there's a lot of time and effort spent by the parents, getting them to different training sessions, different competitions, and also different sports and activities. So the parents got to be aware of what the swimmers' goals are, and the coach's got to be aware of what the swimmers' goals are, and also other things that are happening.
As we've seen swimming change, all sport change, video now plays an increased part in being able to break down the athlete's stroke, technique and everything they do. So at training, for example, are you working with your swimmers and saying, well, let's just have a look at hand position here and, where you dive and all this stuff? This is a big part of it.
Yeah, definitely. So a lot of swimmers, as you learn, some of them, they can change their stroke or their technique or what they're doing skills-wise just through, feedback verbally, but other people like to see
obviously what they're doing. So having a phone in your pocket is perfect because you can just quickly get it out. You can take a quick video of their stroke, show them what they're doing wrong, and then there's automatically instant feedback given to them, and then they can correct that, you know, when they push off the wall the next time. You know, sometimes it's a quick fix, other times it takes that little bit longer, you know, to change. So having that video feedback is always, you know, good for them to see what they're doing wrong, because you can tell them over and over again, you're doing this wrong, but then they actually see it. And then you can show them a YouTube video of, you know, someone swimming with good technique, or a drill that you want them to achieve to be able to fix their technique. You can quickly bring that up and show them. You know, a lot of the pools that are getting built now, like school programs, like in Knox's and in Trinity's, they've built pools with underwater cameras, you know, already installed in them. You know, so I coach at a pool that was built, you know, in probably the 1950s at San Susi. So, you know, we don't have that underwater filming available, but, you know, we like to be able to do that as much as we can.
We had a lengthy interview, you and I, during the PSSA championships, swimming championships, but we've got a different audience today because we've got the secondaries. And I thought some of the things that you said that day were fantastic messages for anyone out there to be able to hear. So you weren't just a swimmer. I mean, sport to you was something you really enjoyed in a variety of sports. So when you were young and in primary school and so on, you were a bit of an all-rounder. You did all sorts of sports.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's such a good thing about the school sporting system. You can try so many other sports that you might not have time to do, you know, on the weekend. So, you know, when I was younger, I was involved in soccer and AFL, and then during school, I was, you know, involved with basketball and water polo and other things. So you've got to be able to get out there and try different activities, because I guess you don't know what you're good at until you give it a go. So being involved with PSSA sport was, you know, a big thing for me, to learn new skills, to learn different things that you can do, and then obviously when you get to a certain age, you can then prioritise first and foremost what you enjoy, but also where the talent is, and then that way you can put your time and effort, you know, into your training and prioritise more. Which, you know, there's not a great rush to pigeonhole yourself or prioritise yourself too early as to what you think that the sport is going to be that you think you're going to excel in. It's also a good way to cross-train, you know, for other sports, you know, by getting out and doing some running and other activities. That's going to help you swimming, and I think the thing about swimming is it helps so many other sports, you know, fitness-wise, you know, being aerobically fit. You know, if you're a swimmer as well as a soccer player, you're going to be running a lot harder and a lot faster at the back end of a game than someone that doesn't swim. So that's the way that I always try to, you know, tell the kids when the winter time comes around. They like to say, oh, well, maybe I'm going to have a bit of a break from swimming, and I'm like, well, why wouldn't you still train 2 or 3 times a week as well as do your soccer training, you know, just to be able to keep contact with the water, so when summertime comes around next, you're going to be fitter and stronger for your swimming, but your swimming's also going to help, you know, play those sports on the weekends.
I think there's been somewhat of a misconception over the years about that if young people play sport, that necessarily detracts from their involvement in the academic side of the school. But my experience has been that that isn't the case. That the case is that if you've got set times to train and you go and do those, you still get your study in, and you just have less time that's wasted, where, you know, watching television or doing other things that you really, you know, don't have to be doing when you're going through, you know, the rigours of, say, you know, years 11 and 12 and so on. And in fact, a lot of the qualities that you develop through your sport, the most obvious one being resilience, actually help you with your studies. That, you know, you know how to use your time better, you can prioritise things. And so there are a whole lot of things that come out of sport that don't just help with your studies, but they help you more as you move on your pathway, you know, your journey through from school to university or work, and then into adult life and so on. You just seem to be have developed good relationships, you know how to build relationships with people, and you know how to take the turn, and you know what teamwork's all about. All of those things that we can sometimes take for granted. But sport is a great teacher of those things. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of people see swimming as an individual sport, but you train in a squad environment, you train in a team environment day in, day out. I'm sure you might, you know, get up and race in your own lane at your own time, but, you know, it's the work that was done, you know, 10 times a week, 8 times a week, however many weeks before that led you to that individual race. So it's the teammates that you have around you, it's the coach that you have around you that helps you. As I said, you know, the parent involvement, you know, is so good. You have team managers. Sport, again, like coming back to time management, you know, knowing kind of where your sessions are during the week, where your downtime is going to be, where your study is going to be. You know, so many swimmers that I train with and competed against, you know, they're lawyers, they're doctors, they're physios, they're nutritionists. You know, they're the people that have great work ethic. So that's one big thing about, you know, sport, you know, having work ethic is first and foremost going to see the ones that are going to do well and ones that aren't, because those that are prepared to get up and train hard and race hard when they're feeling tired, they're the ones that get results. Because when you freshen up, you know you're going to be, you're going to be ready to go anyway. Sport teaches you so much in terms of goal setting, you know, knowing where the competitions are, where the big race is, or where the next big game is, like, you know, being mentally and physically prepared for that race or that game. So same with study, you know when your study time is, so you study hard, and then you like to think of it the same as swimming, like, you know, you like to taper, you know, with your studying, so you can kind of rest and you can relax before an exam, not stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning of the exam studying because you're worried about how you're going to go. So having that self-assurance, that self-confidence, you know, through being hard working and having that motivation to strive and to achieve, that's one big thing that combines both sport and academics.
When the general public turn on the television set and they turn on to the Olympic Games, they see a finished product, don't they? They see, and this is just following on from what you were saying, you see something and it's happening there, no matter what sport it might be, swimming, for example. But what they don't see is all of that behind the scenes that has led to that point, to that moment. That person, it's years and years and years of preparation and training to get there. And through all of that preparation, whether you make it onto the television or whether you don't make it onto the television, isn't the critical thing. The critical thing is having gone through the process and yourself having learnt so much about yourself and what you're capable of and what you can do and you can't do. And you must see that every day of the week. You know, that young people that you in your own heart might be thinking, well, unless this person really matures later, they're not going to be a world champion. But they're getting a lot out of this. You know, just being here, they're getting fitter for a start. You know, they're getting mentally stronger. They're mixing with this group. They're having a great time, in fact. You know, so you must, as a coach, that must be very rewarding.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you know, that's the best thing that I enjoy most about swimming. That's what kept me in the sport for such a long time, having that social environment, that interaction with other people, you know, outside of your school group, you know, as well as being able to stay fit and stay healthy. So, you know, through the ages of 13 to probably 16, you know, swimming competition-wise wasn't great for me, but, you know, still being able to turn up to the pool every day and having a joke and having a laugh and being part of that squad environment was a big thing. And so now being a coach and being a parent, like, you know, I want my kids to be involved in the same thing, like, you know, having different friends outside of school, you know, doing an activity that's going to keep them happy, keep them healthy, and also being a coach full-time. I see it in the kids that I coach. Like, you know, I'm still, you know, friends and have contact with people that I used to coach 10 years ago that went on to get a scholarship in America at a top university. You know, they wouldn't have got that otherwise through swimming. So if you don't have that that enjoyment in the sport, if you don't have that, will to show up and be part of the group, that's the part I love about it, because, you're part of their life, you're part of their journey, and you see them show up and have fun and enjoy the swimming, as well as go and compete and do well, and you see the smile on their face, when they do a good swim. And there's also those setbacks as well. So if they don't do a good race, well, it's like, well, what didn't we do, or what didn't we do right, and how can we then fix that to then make sure next time we do well. And then you see the change in them when they come back to training. Those that want to make it better are prepared to get in there and work hard, and again you keep that enjoyment factor. But those that take that negative side of it, well, they're the ones you're going to have to work with that a little bit more to make sure they're motivated to compete better the next time. Because coming out to different pools on weekends and taking time away from study and other social activities, you want to make sure that the training is making it worthwhile for them to come out to competition on the weekend. Parents have got to come out, they've got to take time out of their schedule to watch their kids race, and so that's why I always say to them, if you're putting time into coming 6, 7, 8 times a week, let's make it worth it, so when we go to compete, you're ready to go. So otherwise you're wasting your time, in the backgrounds when you could be doing something else, or using your time, a lot more, a lot smarter. You could be studying, you could be trying another activity. I call it turning up or turning up. Like, you're either turning up just for the sake of it, or you're turning up to actually put some effort in. So as they get older, that becomes a lot more reinforced, through results. Some kids get great results when they're younger through not much work, just because they're physically stronger at a young age. Others have to work for it. So you see both sides of things. I guess ones that are willing to stick in there end up getting results, and that motivates them to go on that little bit longer. Others that get a result at a young age through no work, only because they're bigger and stronger, it's harder for them as they get older to work harder, because they're like, hang on, why do I have to work hard now when I didn't before? So it is hard. It's a mental game as much as a physical game. But when you get it right, there's not much, not much of a better experience to be a coach and watching a swimmer come and compete and do a PB, and if it wins them a medal or makes a final, that's even better.
There it is, wise words from Craig Stevens, a wonderful ambassador, a wonderful swimmer, a wonderful coach, and fantastic bloke. Thanks, Craig. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay, and as the swimming continues, and you can see the completion of this event, the 200 metre freestyle boys 14 years, I'm just been joined by another special guest. Now this is Cade Knight. Cade's from Tumut. Welcome to our microphone, Cade. Don't be shy.
Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you. All the way from Tumut. Did you come down yesterday?
Yeah, last night.
Okay, and stayed over here in the Pullman. Good man. You got family or schoolmates with you?
Yes, there's
Wonderful. A bit of an experience, but I'm sure you've been here many times before. Yeah. So you must look forward to this every year. I'm going to hazard a guess that when you came through primary school, you started to compete in PSSA, is that right?
Yeah.
Yep. And you came down probably in school relays and other things? Yep. And it was an experience to come to Sydney with your friends, with your family, and look around as well as participate and have the opportunity to test yourself a bit against people from, not just from Sydney, but from all regions across New South Wales. Congratulations on today. silver medal in the 800 metres, 8:59.74.
Yeah, I was happy with that.
You're happy with that time?
PB, first time I've been on it.
Well, mate, you're really only in, whether it's athletics or swimming or golf or whatever, these, let's call them semi-individual sports, you're only ever competing against yourself,
Yeah, of course.
aren't you? You're, like if you go out and do your best, then if your best is good enough, that's fine. But if your best is second best in the race, that's okay too, because you've done your best here today, and that's a great result. Anyhow, for you, what other events have you got coming up, Kate?
So today I've got the 200 free and 400 IM.
Well, you're not too far away from the
so
free.
That's soon.
Yeah.
Then,
We'll get you all warmed up ready.
Then tomorrow I have the 50 free and 100 rest, and then our school's got 2 relays, so the Medley and from 17's free relay.
Okay.
And then Friday I have the 400 free, 100 fly, 100 free, and 200 IM.
You've got a pretty big program.
So I've got everything.
What year are you in?
I'm in 12 now.
You're in 12, so Craig was just talking about how the importance of sports people to be able to prioritise, time for study, you fit that in, and then there's time for your training, and then there's time for the other things you do. And the thing that seems to suffer most is your social life. You've got to devote yourself to this and give it a good shot, but there's a lot more to it, isn't there, than just the competing. The fact you've come down with a school group, you would have all come down and enjoyed yourself, you have tea together tonight, you talk about things, these are the friends that you've got in class, as well as the friends that you've got for the weekend, and here's your swimming group as well. So for you it's sort of all wrapped in together.
Yeah, exactly. And so this is kind of a bit of a different experience to what normal meets are, like when we come down with our club, because I swim in Wagga, which is an hour away, and so it's different. It's good to come with my friends and stuff. And yeah, so it's enjoyable.
Okay. No, that's terrific. Are they looking after you down here in the hotel?
Yeah.
They're looking after you? Okay. Now, I wonder if the people back at school in Tumen, some of them might be tuning in watching your events.
I don't know.
Family would definitely be, and the same with many other participants. So, Cade, you haven't got that long before your 200, so we're going to let you go and prepare. You'll be in this warm-up pool and so on. Go jump in there and do your thing.
Yeah.
Good luck, mate. We'll keep an eye out for you. I hope it really goes well, and it's been a pleasure to speak with you.
You too. Thank you.
And to all of the people back in Tumen.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, mate. Go well. Give it your best shot.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cade. So we now pick up on event 25, the 200 metre freestyle, boys 15 years, and these are heats. Got a field of 8 in this particular heat. These are the girls. The girls, we've got Claire Jensen, Eve Bailey, Elle Jessen, Samantha Thompson, Lucinda Madden, Sienna Whalen, I guess that's Sharon or Shana, I can only see S-H-A-R, Merchant, and Lania Samamayo. This is heat 1. And that was Shah Merchant. Heat 1. So Shah Merchant first through, followed by Elle Jessen and Eve Bailey. 2:32 the time. And there are the final placings. Samantha Thompson from Wellington, 220. Lucinda Madden, Young, 229. And Shah Merchant, Tamworth District, 232. So we can put a cross through the first heat and we go to the second heat. And the ladies' names will come up on screen shortly as they move down the pool. This is our wide angle. Then you'll see the turn. There's a swimmer over here in lane 0 that, given these are graded heats, that's swimming a pretty good race. That young lady was Charlie Rose. So that was the first turn as we come to the second leg of this 4-lap event. Lanes 4, 2 dominant at the moment. There's 4 turning and now 2. So Emma McCarthy, Chelsea Isaac, Vara Salter and Charlie Rose Collins hanging on there in 4th. The record for this event is 2:05, which is an excellent time for 15-year-olds. It won't be broken in this heat, we don't think. About 18 metres to go. And it's 2 and 4 and 2's just got that. Chelsea Isaac in 2:16, then Emma McCarthy, followed by Tana Davey, Avara Salter. So that's heat 2. Now to the final heat in this 200 metre freestyle for the ladies. It's heat 3, best qualifying time here out of regions was a 2:13 to Dominic Melbourne of, yes, 2:13.23. Away. As they move into the first section of the race. Lane 6 on the other side seems to have got out well, so it's 6 and 2. Georgia Christian Milne, Kira Hetherington, Dominique Melbourne. Dominique might have a little bit up a sleeve here.
Attention please. Eliza Batson. Could you please go to the selection table at the starting end of the
So there are the places at the turn, lane 6, 4, 5, 3, 1.
Thank you.
Now I think lane 4 now, Dominique Melbourne has moved about half a body length in front. So she's from a very strong back leg. So lanes 6, just away from 4 and 5, and 4 and 5, be nothing in this. I think 4. Yep, Dominic Melbourne, then Hannah Main, then Georgia Christian Milne, followed by 4th, who was Kate Stella Lovrinovic. There she is, Stella Lovrinovic, Kate. First heat of the 15 years boys 200 metres. Gil Williams in 1, out to Harry O'Donnell in 8. Lane 6 again, from maybe 2 and 3. There are, of course, some that go out a bit quicker, and sometimes the pressure of the race can force you to go a bit quicker than you might want to. There are others that just try to run, to swim even type splits, and others that will come home strong. Whatever suits. And that's lane 6, extended that lead. Nate Atkinson round the first 100 in 1.02. Nate Atkinson, 1:02.
Oh, Leslie, I was going to get you something. I was just going to go back to it.
No loss yet? No Kirby?
So there's Nate Atkinson, 1:34.14, coming up the last leg. He's going to be a clear winner of this heat. And a much better time than he came in with. 2:13.38. 2:13.38. He's been foxing. To heat 2, the boys 200 metres. They're the results on screen from heat 1. So 2:13 to beat. There's our field for heat 2. Aaron Henderson in lane 0, Ryan Rubaum in lane 9. A very tight turn across the pool. And it'd be very difficult to pick a winner from this point. 6 or 7 swimmers, all within half a body length. Round they go. Over the far side, that looks like a lane 7. Denver Pelly was the first to turn. Now there are threats coming from the middle bunch, and no, it's the far side. It's the far side in Mitchell Skipworth 20766, then Noah Brown, Isaac Reese pushed into third. So there are the places. Mitchell Skipworth, Noah Brown, Isaac Reese, then Noah Teos. There's the field for the next heat. Heat 2. Lanes 4 and 5 turn together. Alexander Smith and Jensen Goodchild. Lane 4 turns first. You can just see this threat from lane 2 on this side of the pool, who, if he hasn't gone to the front, he's not far away. No, he hasn't, but it's a tight finish. Well, he has. It's Kobe Hall in 2 first, followed by Alexander Smith, then Bailey Whitten. He left it late, Kobe, but had it well under control, just timed his run perfectly. 2:01.97. think if he swam that time in the final, he wouldn't be far away. Now to the girls, heat 1.
Attention please, could we get the following swimmers please make your way to the presentation area. Dominic Melbourne, Hannah May, and Georgia Christian Mill from the 15 years girls age group. Dominic Melbourne, Hannah May, and Georgia Christian Mill into the presentation area please.
So we are up to event 21. The 13-year girls. Lane 4 from 3 as they turn and make their way back up the pool. Ashley Boyd from Lila Dixon. Ashley Boyd, Lila Dixon 7, second in lane 3, and then Gemma King. 2:22. Okay, so that's the 200 metre freestyle. 16 years places. First Ashley Boyd, second Lila Dixon, third Gemma King. Now,
Ladies and gentlemen, exhibition of medals for the girls 15 years 200 metres freestyle. Craig Stevens presenting medals. In third place, in Cardiff, Hunter region, bronze medal goes to Georgia Christian Mill. In second place, in Glenwood High School, Sydney West, silver medal goes to Hannah May.
so into the next event.
And in first place, receiving the gold medal.
Turn, it's Lauren Shepherd, Kate Edwards, Natalie Jovanovic, Sarah Ball. And you can see the lanes 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6 are going to turn almost at the same moment. Lauren Shepherd, Sarah Bull and Kate Edwards, just the positions changed slightly. It's a ding dong go. Lane 5, 4, 4, 5, 6. Sarah Bull. Sarah Bull, the others weren't able to close on her, 2:14.67. Kate Edwards came in second. And we'll just pull those final placings up on board for you. Sarah Bull, Kate Edwards, Lauren Shepherd and then Natalia Jovanovic. And here are our competitors for the next event.
This is the final master call for events 29 and 30. Girls and boys 17 to 19 years, 200 metre freestyle. Final master call for events 29 and 30.
16 years, 200 metre freestyle. Chelsea Jones from Shannon Lewis and Kilani Koloamatangi. I don't know if you get that door noise when it opens and closes at home, but we certainly get it in here. This is a more of a confined room, just behind where some of the recording's taking place, and we're getting results thankfully passed through to us and giving us finalists in various events and so on. So it's necessary, and a good lead on the back of that turn from Chelsea Jones, then Shannon Lewis, Ava Jankovic.
Thank you, please. We have a follow-up swimmers make the representation area. David Hall from Waters Bay, Alexander Smith from Albion Boys, and Bailey Whitman.
And in comes Chelsea, well done.
Alexander Smith and Bailey Whitman.
Followed by Anna and Shannon. And there's the heat for, there's the list for the boys. 16 years freestyle, heat 1.
Attention, please. Bailey Whitman, please make his way for the presentation. Bailey Whitman.
As you'll note, to get through the number of events that we have in the CHS Swimming Carnival, the starters move them through very quickly. So it's one done, next one up, and it keeps going that way. Otherwise, we'd never finish in 3 full days. And we're doing 8:30s in the morning through till 4:30 in the afternoon if we keep to time. So the events have got to happen very quickly. So handy lead over in lane 8, 7. Lee Braden in 8 has turned from Maddie Maguire.
We have the presentation medals with the boys 15 years, 200 metres freestyle.
So we'll get these leaders up in a moment. Lane 8.
In second place from Balgala boys, Sydney North receiving the silver
In
medal.
first, Braden Lee, 2:11.
And in first place from Boys Bay, Hunter region receiving the gold medal, Kobe Hall.
Touched Matthew Maguire, 2:21. And then Luke Maguire, 2:27. So Braden Lee, Matthew Maguire, Luke Maguire. First 3 in that heat 1 of the boys, 16 years, 200 metres. And there's the field for the next heat. Alex McIntosh out to Reece Whiting. And another 8 in between. Like lane 4, Kobe Boojak Upperton, that may be. Lawrence Riley. Riley Lawrence. Blackson. Riley Lawrence and Blackson Jake. The front 2, Jackson Blake, Riley Lawrence, 2:01.58, the winner. Cade Tuffer, Thomas Cheek and Isaac Anster. So there they are. Jackson Blake in 2:01.58, Riley Lawrence and Cade Tuffer. And the last heat of the boys 16 years, the third and final heat. Three and five go round together. Charles Walker, Connor Diven. Maybe they'll sort that out over the next 120 metres. It's lane 4. Gets around first. Kobe Bujak Upton. Then Connor was the next to go around, Connor Diven. Just a bit of a surge here from lane 3, who might, that's Jordan Harkins, might force his way into second or third spot. That's Grant's phone. There we go. Kobe Bujak Upton, 154. Wow, we better write that down. 154.80. .154.21 is the record. 154.21 is the record. And that's a 158.80. Then Connor Diven and Remy Lennon. Okay, so that's first, second and third. And now we move on to the 17 to 19 years girls. We've got Charlotte Penberthy, Narrabri, out to Alicia Fernando, Dubbo. One Emily Deasy with chocolates at the moment. Still a long way to go. About 120 metres. You need to have plenty of fuel in the tank. There's a change in the order. Lane 4, Trinity Cox from Wagga. And over on the far side, it looks like lane 7, Emily Deasy. I can assure you that on your screen you'll be getting a much bigger picture that we're getting. And nothing in that. So Trinity by a whisker. Trinity Cox, 222. Emily Deasy. Trinity Cox, Emily Deasy, Hayley Moyer and Charlotte Penberthy. Wagga Tamworth Winmalee Narrabri. Heat 2 of the 17 to 19 year girls. Lanes 2 and 4, no swimmer in lane 3. So we had Bridget Street in 2 and we had Khalees Pressler in 4. So 4 goes round from 2 then. I think there was 5 on the far side, so we've got Khalees Pressler was round first.
In third place from Manganese High School, Sydney East, he receives a bronze medal, Shannon Lewis. In second place from Merriweather High School in the Hunter region, receiving a silver medal, Ava Jankovic.
So Khalees Pressler round first, Elisa Cullum second and Jessica Curtis in third.
South Coast region, Chelsea Jones. Thanks, Craig, and congratulations, girls.
Nothing's going to change as far as first place, but it's still very tight for second and third. The electronic timing tends to sort that out. So it will be 5 and then 6. So Khalees, Jessica and Alicia Cullen in third. $2:16.51. That was faster than the first heat, which was 2:22. So here they are, our place getters in the previous heat, and here are the swimmers in the third heat. Hard going, no doubt, when you're swimming in a few different strokes. The heats for those on one day and a few different distances. Some young people got very full programs. So that's Amelia O'Brien around first, then Emily Jones and Avril Jones. other than Amelia, there are a number of swimmers in contention. She's got about 1.5 body lengths from lanes 5 and 2. Lane 5, Georgia Corwell, and 2, Avril Jones. So there's Amelia O'Brien around. There's Emily Jones, Georgia Corwell. So Amelia O'Brien first, Emily Jones second, Georgia Corwell third, and the time 2:06.58, and that is the fastest time of those 3 heats. So to the boys, 17 to 19 years, 200 metre freestyle. The record held by Andrew Kennedy in 2010, 1:53.75. In the early stages, it's Jacob Burrell, lane 4, lane 5, lane 2. So lane 5, that's Chang Chen Lin, 1:01.61. To break that record, he'd have to come home fairly quickly. Don't think it'll be quick enough. But he's around and leading in 1:35.86, followed by Jared Connell and then Jacob Urell. And they've slowed down considerably now. Time of 2:11.85 for Chang Chen Lin as we go to heat 2. Lanes 0 to 9 all full. Came off the wall well. There may have been a false start, but I can't recall one today. And the young lad we spoke to earlier, Riley Twiss. Has the lead. Being a good distance swimmer, he'll have no problem with the back end of the 200. Got good endurance. Around he goes. So Riley Twiss in 1:28.92 from Raffaello Francisci. Probably Raffaele Francisci, but he's Raffaele swimming well. So, let's see how we finished. Well, got pretty tight between 2 and 3. But names and placings will come up in a moment. There's no doubt who our winner is. That's Riley Twiss in 2.0067. And then Raffaello Francisci and Callum Elliott. Now we go to the final 200 metre freestyle for the boys 17 to 19 years. Looks like lane 3, Kai Fowler. Yes, Kai Fowler from Joshua Reed and Adam McCarthy. Kai went round in 26.60. Flying. He had 1:53 to beat the record. And I'm sure he's not trying to break a record, that just happens. You just do your thing and the rest will look after itself. You do your best, get all of the processes right, and the rest will happen. So we've got lane 3 and lane 7 or 8 over the far side. And it's Adam McCarthy in 7, Kai Fowler in 3 and Joshua Bell in 9. Geez, good, very, very good race this one. Lane 7 has got it. Then you've got 3 and 2 and 1, 9 over the far side who'd been out of our keeping. But Adam McCarthy, Joshua Reed, terrific finish. Joshua from Warners Bay, and then Kai Fowler. That time 1:57.21 for Adam.
Thank you, officials. That takes us to the lunch break.
So, I'll now hand you over to Neil Shering as we get into the girls 12 to 15 years 200 metre IM multi-class. This will be an excellent event. Please stay watching.
And with that, I can tell you that we're going to take a short break for lunch for about 10 minutes or so. The events are due to start again at 1:30.
knew how good she was at submissions and stuff like that. She just worked on those parts. I knew that she was, having retired and she was a bit bored with.
No, she's back full time, isn't she? What's happened to Carmen? Not Carmen, what was her name? Carmen. Well, a couple of hours, Julie Ashby, who was Sydney North exec assistant. Oh, we're up and running. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is to the second session of day one of the New South Wales Swimming Championships. In the water at the moment, we have the 12 to 15 years multi-class individual medley. And our competitors are Claire Graham, Emily Pratt, Portia Jimison, Nicole Taylor, Crystal Jessen, Summer Klein, and Millie Springett-Kelly, and Sky Morrissey. I've gone through the first turn, and now Nicole in lane 4. It's turned first, followed closely by lanes 3 and 5. They're into their backstroke leg. The first split for Summer Klein was 47.4. Oops. Nicole Taylor has turned into her breaststroke leg, and with a time of 1:17.45. Nicole Taylor has increased her lead as she comes into the third and final turn before her freestyle leg. And she's gone through in 2:08.82. In second place will be lane 3, which is Portia Jimison. And in third place, Crystal Jessen in lane 5. And a very, very strong swim from Nicole Taylor. She's touched in 2:49.83, which is just over 1 second outside the existing record that was held by Jasmine Greenwood. Our next event is event 32, the boys 12 to 15 years, 200 metres, individual medley multi-class. That will be away shortly. The boys are now on their blocks for the boys 12 to 15 individual 200 metre multi-class medley. In lane 0, Bailey Thompson from Enduran. Lane 1, Dylan Van Stralen from Picton High School. Lane 2, Carl Tasker from Wellington. Lane 3, Josh Graham from Young. Lane 4, Declan Budd from Davidson High School. In lane 5, we have Matty Price from Parks. In lane 6, Jaden Van Stralen from Picton. In lane 7, Nicholas Briley from Woolgoolga. Lane 8, Christian Miller from Cootamundra. And lane 9, Darren Sisman from Endeavour. And Darren Sisman has gone round the first leg in 30. I'm sorry, I missed the time. Halfway through the backstroke leg. And Declan Budd has touched the ball from Davison Public School in the second leg, and he's gone round in 44.05, and he's just ahead of Matty Price from Parksville, who went round in 44.48. And Darren Seisman has turned to 207.95 and is on his way back in the freestyle leg, the final leg. Followed by Matty Price and Declan Budd. And a very strong swim from Darren Seisman, finishing in 2:43.59. And that, ladies and gentlemen, may be a record, but we will need to have that confirmed. We wait for the last few competitors to finish event 32. They're coming into the wall now. They've all done extremely well to get to this level of competition and represent their schools and associations. So we'll need to await confirmation about Darren's swim. Calculations are based on not only the time but the classification that they are actually competing in. These are multi-class events, so we have students with a range of disabilities and a range of classifications within one race. Our next event will be the girls' event 33, which would be the 16 to 19-year-old 200 metre IM multi-class. And swimming in lane 2 will be Vanessa Ozols from Borkham Hills. In lane 3, Brooke King from James Fallon High School. In lane 4, we have McKinley Arneson from Evans River on the north coast. In lane 5, Jamie Plunkett from Grafton. And in lane 6, Samantha Whiting from Narrabeen Sports High School. We've had a late withdrawal. That was lane 3, Brooke King from James Fallon High School in the Riverina. But they're making their way down for the first leg in the 200 metres 16 to 19-year-old individual medley multi-class event. So they're just about to complete the butterfly leg. And it was McKinley Arneson turning first in 38.87, Jamie Plunkett in 45.11, Samantha Whiting in 46.88, and Vanessa Ozols in 53.11. They're all into the backstroke now as I progress down the pool. McKinley in lane 4 has opened up a sizable lead at this stage. McKinley Arneson has turned first place from Evans River High School. At the moment, she's into her breaststroke leg, I apologise. And she's built quite a sizable lead now over her other competitors. The record for this event is 2 minutes 47.56. It was set in 2017 by Nakesha Harding. And McKinley Arneson has turned for the final leg in the individual medley. Congratulations to McKinley Arneson on a very, very strong swim and a very dominating swim as she touches in first at this point in time with a time of 3 minutes 2 seconds, 0.93.
Very pleased to be able to have interviewing with us this afternoon, Alicia O'Neill, former representative of Australia in women's water polo as a goalkeeper. She tells us that she's retired now, but she's...
As the final 3 swimmers come in to touch after what is obviously a very gruelling race. They should be congratulated on their efforts.
At Macquarie University. Thanks for joining us, Alicia, this afternoon. Please make her welcome.
We wait for the girls to clear the pool. Our next event will be the 12 to 15, the 16 to 19 200 metre individual multi-class for boys. And in lane 2 we have Mitchell Basford, and in lane 3 Jean Morgan. We have in lane 4 Lachlan Hanratty, lane 5 Joshua Smith, lane 6 Daniel McEwen, lane 7 Patrick O'Donnell. Patrick's from Wellington High School in Western, Mitchell's from Canomus in Western. Jean Morgan is from Westport High School, North Coast. Lachlan Hanratty from Holsworthy in Sydney South West. Joshua Smith from Narara Valley, Sydney North. Daniel McEwen from Pennant Hills, Sydney North. The first leg of the individual medley, of course, is the butterfly. And the record was set in 2017 by Darcy Gilson with a time of 2:29.53 and 642 points. The first split was 32-34 to lane 3, Jean Morgan. The competitors are spread out across the pool, but again in this event the calculations are based on the level of disability and the classification for which the competitors are swimming in. It's not always the person that touches first that actually is crowned the winner. It's based on, as I said, whatever classification they're in. Our lead swimmers have turned and are into their breaststroke leg, and we still have lane 3 in front, which is Jean Morgan from Westport High School. But he's been challenged now by Lachlan Hanratty from Holsworthy High School in the Sydney South West region of New South Wales. It looks like Lachlan Hanratty has taken the lead with a very strong swim, and he turned in 2:06.25, followed by Jean Morgan. And they have both set off now on their final leg, the freestyle leg. And Lachlan Hanratty has just come into touch in a time of 2:43.11. Second place we had Jean Morgan from Westport, and in third Joshua Smith from Narara Valley. Fourth, we have Daniel McEwen from Pennant Hills High School. We still have 2 swimmers in the pool. Mitchell Basford from Canobles High School. And we have 1 swimmer still toiling away and doing a great job. It's a very demanding race, the individual medley, and he should be well proud of his efforts. We're up to event 35, which are the girls 12 to 15 years. 100 metres multi-class backstroke. We have Michaela. Oh, I'm sorry, I have got the wrong event there. Currently watching the 12 years girls final backstroke, I believe. We've got Madison Wood. I'm sorry about this. I seem to have lost my order, but it's definitely a backstroke event. It's 12 years event. And it's the girls backstroke. Going to be a very close finish. And it's lane 1, Kate McCarthy from Mount Annan, from Madison Wood from Wollongong, and in 3rd place, Elisa Balson from Springwood in a time of 1:15:44. But I can't find it in this program. Oh, we haven't got the sheets. We haven't got the final sheets. I'm going to hand you over now to Bill Anderson, who will take up the commentary, and I think he's got a special guest here with us.
Thanks, Neil. I sure do. It was only 4 or 5 weeks ago I spoke to Alicia O'Neill.
chosen to be in our country is so yeah, I love that day and welcoming them in and learning about them and why they're here and why they chose to live in this beautiful country and obviously also learning about all the opportunities that they've given since being here. It's really interesting and great to see the people like that.
Well, you wouldn't have had much choice coming from Cronulla to splash around and be involved in the water and do all those sorts of things. And I know from our last discussion that you got involved in swimming and water polo became attractive to you, and you went about that terrific career and so on. I had Craig Stevens here
Also
earlier
from the Shire.
as well, also from the Shire. And
Something in the water, you reckon?
and apart from most, he's swimming active and so on. Spoke about a lot of things. Just one of the things people get into and sometimes that takes quite a while to do that. But if you mix in an environment where you're with other like-minded people and you go on the pathway enjoying doing things with them, sometimes we get a lot of lessons. We get lessons from our coaches, we get lessons from our teachers, we get lessons from other people and so on. And then we sort of put it all together, and I think it takes a little bit of time to reach that point where you sort of got a pretty good understanding of what you're doing. Did sport help you understand, where you were and where you were going and the lessons of sport? I mean, does that make sort of sense?
Yeah, definitely. I think I always played a bit of sport, and my sister and I, the twin sister, we're always really active and competitive with each other, which was a good start. But I still think actually it's taking me probably up until maybe in the last 5 years, actually, to really find myself and be comfortable with myself and, be okay with who I am. I think sport was a massive help on that. Before I started playing water polo, I was a little bit all over the place, played a lot of sport, but never really found my groove. And then I think throughout that time, learning things from different teammates and different coaches. We had coaches from all over the world as well. So learning things from them, and then traveling with my sport made me grow up quite quickly, and I became a little bit more worldly and just knowing how to, look after myself, and I matured quite a lot. But I think the most through all those years, there was things that I learned from people and life lessons like how to deal with, in a team sport, you're with 13 other girls who have different values, different beliefs, been brought up differently, and girls, you know what they're like. So learning to work in a team together and get along even if you don't like that person taught me those sorts of skills as well. Taught me about time management, having to get up and make sure I'm doing my schoolwork and that sort of stuff. But in the last, I think, couple of years, I've really been able to sit back and reflect on what I've done and be really proud and comfortable of who I am and what I've achieved. I may not, have a degree or this or that, but I think the things that I've achieved in sport have given me more experience and things that, some people only ever dream of. So it's given me a lot of great values to take away from and be able to use in my life moving forward. So,
well, I'm still involved in a range of sports, but what you tend to see is, particularly with young people, they all mature at different times, physically, emotionally, and so on. And some of them can get disheartened when they're not as big and not as strong as others, and even though they might have a certain degree of skill, but they sort of feel like it's never going to happen for them. But then all of a sudden it does, and they start to click, and they click into gear. So I think the message there is never ever never give up too young. It can happen at different stages. Some people are superstars when they're young, some people grow into that sort of status. You know, we're all a bit different, and there's a different journey for every one of us.
I agree completely. I don't think you should ever compare yourself to anyone else, and I did that for a long time playing. You know, I always compared myself to, oh, what about this goalkeeper? I want to play like her. But the fact of the matter is that goalkeeper's half my height. You know, we're never going to play, and half my size, we're never going to play the same. And a coach actually sat down to me and said, I will play you in a game against Canada because you're long and they will always try and throw shots that are good for long goalkeeper, but I won't play against Russia because they want people that, like, they'll shoot really fast shots, and I want someone who's short and quick and fast. And you know, I just think every single person thrives and blooms at different times in their life. Don't compare yourself to someone else. You will make it. And if you know, if you're comparing yourself to someone in the sporting or school, or it doesn't matter. You know, each individual is special and unique because you're an individual and you're not the same. If we're all the same and we all peaked at the same time and we all were as good as each other, then you know, there'd be no race, or there'd be no competition, or there'd be no, life would be boring.
And it doesn't matter if the outcome is different to other people's outcome.
Not at all.
It's really about the journey, isn't it? It's really about the learning of the things and the messages that you take out along the way that you can then adapt to a career, you can adapt it to family life, you can adapt it to other things that you might do. It's more about all of the processes and the bits that make it up, not where you finish.
Yeah, it's not the finish line, it's the journey and how you get there. I mean, I can give you a perfect example. One of my teammates never made any school team, never made any CHS, never made a CHS team in her whole career. Didn't make any state teams once she finished playing at school, and then went to the Olympics. Now, you know, if she'd have given up at school after she finished school at state level, even in the first couple of years of her, in the national level, she didn't make the team. If she'd have given up, she would never have gone to the Olympics. She's now an Olympian, and that is a perfect example of, you know, there's other people that made CHS teams and state teams and Australian teams all the way leading through school and after school, and then they never made the Olympics. So I'm not saying that that's the way every single person's path goes, but people thrive at different times. So don't give up. If it's what you want, you will 100% get there. If you are determined, you have set yourself goals, and you work really hard, you know, there's no stopping anyone. So
as a former school teacher, I've seen young people who they sort of get through primary school, but they're not the A student.
Yeah.
And they go to high school, and it's pretty much the same story. They're not the A student.
Are you talking about me?
No. But they do the work, and they get there, and they do their HSC, and they then decide that whatever they're going to do in life.
Yeah.
And some of them, because their friends are doing it, they may decide to go to university. And again, they're not the best student, but they struggle through and they get a degree. And then they struggle through and get a master's degree. And they struggle again and they get an honours. I mean, these people are just people who have learnt to cope with things and deal with things and to work hard, and you never know what can happen. You don't have to be the best.
No.
All you've got to be is your best.
That's right.
And that's
never
all that
compare
counts.
yourself. Never, ever. I mean, I currently work at Macquarie University, and you know, and I've had a couple of jobs in sort of the education sort of space, and you know, I was up against teachers who had that teaching degree and who had the knowledge that was needed for the job. But my life experience and my experience in, you know, being in a team environment and those relationship building skills that I learnt from being in a team, I've got those jobs because. And that was the feedback, was that, I know you don't have a university degree, I know you didn't go to university, and I know that we're asking for these qualifications for this job. But the passion that you have for this and the experience in building relationships from being in a team and doing all the volunteer work you've done is more important to us. So we want to offer you the job. And, you know, that's kind of proof that I might not be, you know, the most qualified, but that's where I excel.
But you are qualified in a different way.
Exactly.
You're qualified in life experiences and skills of dealing with people and so on. And I think those same things, like I've given a couple of presentations to various sports groups about coaching.
Yeah.
And I often ask the question, what is another word for coaching? And my word is teaching. Coaches and teachers are so similar in what they do, and teachers take on that responsibility, whether it's in a sports setting or whether it's in a classroom setting or whatever. It's still trying to get the best out of people, no matter what their capability might be, and working with them to achieve that. I take my hat off always to coaches and teachers and so on.
It's not easy.
It's not an easy
job.
gig.
No. Working with different personalities, and people respond differently and learn differently. So a teacher and a coach are always having to change their strategies and always have to try and get the best out of a team. You have to coach, if there's 13 people in a team, 13 different ways. Because you need to know how to coach that individual that is going to get the best out of them, and it's not always going to be the same for someone else. And that's exactly what we're saying, is that every single person is different. So don't compare yourself to anyone else, but set yourself goals, and you can compare yourself to yourself, and that's the best way to do it, because you never will find anyone exactly the same as you, and I think that's really important to remember, and you're special and unique in your own way. Yeah,
and we've got thousands of competitors out here at the moment. They're all different, come from different backgrounds, different places, and so on, and no doubt they've all got different goals of where they want to be and so on. But they're here doing their absolute best for themselves, for their school, for their region, whatever it may be. There's some that will have ambition. They aspire to something. There are others that don't have the same ambition, maybe in swimming. But the lessons they're learning here of being part of a team and having to learn the disciplines required to do the training when you're here, just to get in line and to get on the blocks and do all those sorts of things. Ultimately, those things help, as you move through life, to have a good understanding of, well, I've done this before, I know what's required here, I know what these people are asking for, and I understand that I'm a part of a group, and here's the little bit, the role that I've got to play in all of this.
Yeah.
So, they're fantastic messages. When we spoke about it, what in the PWSA championships, you were very articulate the way you spoke about what sport had done for you. Okay. I know it's very, very broad, but sports played a huge part in your life, and even now you sort of talk about, well, I've done this and had these experiences and so on. If you were talking to a group of young people out here about why continue? Why you? Some of you are in year 12. Why should they continue with sport?
There's lots of reasons.
There's lots of reasons.
I could go on for probably an hour. If I think back to me, the first thing is that you have to enjoy it. So if you don't enjoy it, then find something else that you enjoy. And it doesn't have to be sport, but find something that you enjoy, because that is the most important part. And I enjoyed my sport, and so out of that, I was able to travel the world, and I was really lucky to be able to do that. And I've been able to travel the world and meet new people. So I have so many friends all across the world that I'm able to visit maybe not now, but once we can travel again, visit them. I think the biggest thing for me is just opportunity. I've been given so many opportunities because of my sport. I'm really lucky. I've been able to, again, travel the world, meet people. I do things like this. Like, I love coming to these events. I love coming to events where I can see kids putting their effort in and really thriving on doing something they love. I think it's really important for your health. I actually miss the schedule of training and the schedule of, because it taught me how to time manage. It taught me to be planned, to learn how to deal with difficult situations. You're not always going to win, and you're not always going to get that job you want, but learning to overcome that is really important, because life isn't easy. Life is not always going to be easy. So there's so many, honestly, there's so many things, but I think sport teaches you some really, really basic life importance, like life skills that are really important.
And you've got to have, one of the things with sport is you've got to have routine.
Yeah.
There is a certain routine, about, and building habits that, I used to always say about training, the hardest thing about training is turning up.
Yeah, definitely.
Because once you're there, and you've made the effort to get there, the rest is easy.
Yeah.
You just get in and you do it. But these habits that we build in life about, I get up in the morning and I do this and this and this, and then I go and I do this, and then I do this and this and this. And those things become really important in your life, so that you can fit all the things that a busy person needs to, you can fit them into your day and able to manage them all. And so sport does teach you about setting up, processes in your life and setting up routines in your life, which do keep you in good stead. We could talk all day about this.
Oh, we could, because I do think, on your point, routine is really important, because you're not always going to have that. There's going to be days. There was days at 4 a.m. where I did not want to get up. Like, I can tell you right now, you're not always going to have that enthusiasm to get there. If you're training and you're swimming, I know swimmers do early mornings. You're not going to want to be there. You're going to have days where you're going to feel down and you're not going to get out of bed. But that routine is what is important, because you don't get up because you want to go there that day. You get up because you know you have to, and it's your routine. So I completely agree with you. Routine in life is important, because it will get you through those hard days. You get up, you do your routine, you do that day, okay, that day's over, but you made it through and you did what you needed to do. So I think it's a really important lesson that it's teaching us.
I can even sense in you that, you've got this great sense of positivity or optimism that for you, and I think a lot of sports people and other successful people do, is to have this positive outlook on what's happening. It's, you sort of become what you think about the most.
Yeah, I think so.
And if those thoughts are positive and optimistic, then you grow into becoming positive and optimistic. But anyhow, we're not here to give a psychology lesson.
We could try, couldn't we?
Alicia, thanks so much for talking with us. We've been speaking with Alicia O'Neill, former Australian water polo player, and now extraordinaire is probably the word, with Macquarie University.
Yeah.
Good luck in all of that. I hope it goes absolutely brilliantly. And I know they've got the right person. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time today.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for your time.
Everyone.
Go and enjoy the events.
I will.
And good luck, everyone. Yeah. Thanks, Alicia. Appreciate it. Time. Well, we thank Alicia, a terrific person, and of course, water polo player. And I'm going to pick up on the events now. I can see on screen we've got the 15 years 100 metre backstroke. We've got Owen Ty in lane 1, and I wasn't quick enough to pick up lane 9, but I'm sure that there's lane 9. Mitchell Skipworth. I'm sure that mums and dads and friends and schools will have a good idea of where their young chargers are and in what lane. So the 15 years 100 metre freestyle. Backstroke. And gone to the boys 15 years. We've got Owen Ty in lane 1, Denver Pelly in 2, Nate Atkinson, Owen is in lane 0, then Denver Pelly, Nate Atkinson, Noah Brown, Kobe Hall, Silas Phillips, Brock Hepburn, Alexa Howden, Ryan Rubaum and Mitch Skipworth. So let's see how they've finished. And lane 4, Kobe Hall was first in 102.16. So we'll write those down. It's the 15 years boys, heat 1, backstroke. And there are the results and the times for that first heat in the 100 backstroke 15 years boys. Now to heat 2. Here they come. Whoop. No. We're now going to the 16 years girls. Okay. We're going to the 16 years girls. 100 metre backstroke. Now I do apologise. I believe these are finals. These are finals. I do apologise. Got a bit thrown out there by the interview with Elisa O'Neill, giving us the benefit of her experiences in international water polo and sport in general. So here we are at the turn, and that's lane 4, Emily Ryan, fastest qualifier. The record here is 104.83. Be hard to see that going. But you never know. And McKellar girls, Emily Ryan's going to win this in lane 4. And then I think it was lane 5, yes, Sarah Bull. And third was Alex O'Brien. Great swim there by all girls. Congratulations to our gold, silver and bronze in the final of the girls 16 years 100 metre backstroke. Now we're going to the boys 16 years. There's the field. No, not just yet. Here it comes. Fastest qualifier will be Alexander Foreman. Alexander Foreman, fastest qualifier from Lisero. There's the field from Connor Dearman down to Gus Gilbert. You never know, we do get upsets in these events on occasion. Someone just hits the right moment at the right time, has a terrific performance, and from there that becomes the benchmark for them and they never look back. Once you think you can do it, you can. "16 years backstroke. Fastest qualifier in lane 4.
We have the presentation of medals for the girls 14 years, 100 metres backstroke. Receiving a compliment from Tommy in the 100 metres.
All 3 middle lanes got away well, but it's lane 3 at the moment. Just by half a stroke over lanes 4, 5 and over the far side lane 7. That's Gideon Webster, I think, over in 7. So they make their way back up the team. It was Alexander Foreman that by a finger touched first. Still not home and hosed here. Getting a challenge from lane 3, but he looks strong enough to hold on. And I'll say it'll be gold, silver and bronze, 4, 5 and, 4, 3 and 5. So there's lane 4 and 3 and 5. So it's Alexander Foreman, Remy Lennon, Callum Cox, a time of 101.31. Well done, gentlemen. Our next event will be the girls, 17 to 19 years, 100 metre backstroke, followed by the boys, 17 to 19, 100 metre backstroke. Then we've got some multi-class events. We look forward to those. Jessica Buffett in lane order from 0, Jessica Buffett, Hannah Gow, Jordan Amies, Olivia Sullivan, Abby Proctor, Emily Jones, Trinity Cox, Khalees Pressler, Jessica Curtis and Eleanor Donovan. They're off. It's lane 4, Abby Proctor, who's got out in advance of the field. Abby hails from Morisset, up in the Hunter, Newcastle area. Emily Jones in 5. Abby in 4. So Emily in 5. Emily from Glendale. And then Abby. So it's going to be 5, 4 and a dead heat, no, 3. So Emily Jones in 1:04.52. Then Abby Proctor was next. And then Olivia Sullivan, a time of 1:04.52. The record was 1:03.5.
You got me going, I don't know. What's going on there? No, it's sort of 100 metres minimum. Thank you.
So there's the 100 metre backstroke field. Alex Tompkins down to Jack Maguire. Fastest qualifiers, lanes 4, Marius Bowl, 3, Joshua Reid and 5, Bevan Smith. Marius from Cherrybrook. Can't recall a false start today, Grant.
No full start. They don't full start, Bill, because
That's why.
it's automatic.
Automatically gotcha. Bevan Smith around first, 29.2 at the turn. Still a long way back, and this is very tight. Oh, wow, look at that over the far side. That was lane 7. Kaylin Fenwick Cairns. Kaylin Fenwick Cairns in 59.42. Then Bevan Smith, and then Marius Boll. So I think we class that as a turn-up in some respects. That was over in lane 7, Callan. Previous time coming into this, 1.02, so 59.42. Well done. I mentioned previously that we were going to have some multi-events, which we will be having later, but I think the program is now showing some 100 metre finals. Let me see. Right. Okay. Yeah, so we are going to the multi-class backstroke, and then after those events we should be going for some individual medleys to round out the day. So this is event 35. Okay. Now I'll just go through the field here for you. We've got lanes 1 to 8. Well, I've got surnames now. I've got some surnames. Morrissey Graham, Jimison, Crystal Jesson, Nicole Taylor. Just some of the names are blocked out here on the printout. Emile Pratt, Alyssa Gillespie, and I apologise if I haven't got the full name, and then Miss Duggan in lane 8. So let's see what we come up with here. Portia Jamison, Crystal Jesson and Nicole Taylor in those positions as the rest of the field makes its way in. Now, I've got to point out in all multi-class events that first past the post isn't necessarily the winner. So the category that the person is in, the disability and the time, is all converted into a points schedule. The person with the most points is the winner. So now we're going into now they're the places in the last event. Now we're going into the boys, 17 to 19 years, 100 metre backstroke. Darren Sisman, Dylan Van Stralen and Richard Dewar. Now this is heat 1 of 2. Now these will be timed, so the fastest times will be declared the winners, and then second, third and so on. Now heat 2 we've got Darren Sisman, Dylan Van Stralen and Richard Dewar. Richard from Dubbo South, Dylan from Picton and Darren from Endeavour. Start off with the butterfly. Oh, sorry, with the backstroke. This is a backstroke event. Jumping ahead of myself here to get to the medleys. And Darren Sisman has done this before. Most certainly. Lovely stroke. Long, reaches the water, pulls it back. Well, on time and distance, that was a decisive swim, but once all of the conversions and so on take place, things can change. So Darren Sisman, Dylan Van Stralen and Richard Dewar. Now, there are the results and times. So let's just take a glance at the next heat, or timed heat, as part of making up the two heats to determine our place getters. We've got Joshua Henry, Mount View, Nicholas Briley, Woolgoolga, Carl Tasker from Wellington, Josh Graham from Young, Declan Budd, Davidson, Matt Price, Parks, Jack Carey, Ashfield, Christian Miller, Cootamundra, and Jaden Van Stralen, Picton. Now the girls 16 to 19 years, they're the competitors on, I'm sorry, this is that next heat. Now we've got Henry, Nick Briley, Carl Tasker, well, it's lane 4 here, and Declan Budd, who's cleared out. Nothing in it for second, third place with lanes 3, 5 and 6. moving forward. But Declan Budd is shown the way, goes in 1:19.92, followed by Josh, Jack, Carl and Christian, and Nicholas. So they're all in, and we'll get those final, just about, and we'll get those final results up on screen for you in a few moments. And terrific effort by the lad down in Josh here, well done to him. Terrific always to watch these young competitors giving it everything. So there are the place getters in that heat at times. So that'll count towards, be calculated into the final placings. Now we're moving to the girls, 16 to 19 years. Multiclass backstroke, 100 metres. We've got Daniela Cagaro, Samantha Whiting, McKinley Arneson, Jamie Plunkett and Vanessa Ozols. Five in the field. This is a straight final. So we may not know gold, silver and bronze at the touch, but it will be out of this group of five young ladies. And they're on their way back. This is a very fine exhibition of backstroke. Lovely even stroke there by McKinley Arneson.
Do we? We have Kate here, who's won a gold and silver from Sydney.
Sydney South West Cape. Good job. Well done. Now, Kate. The Coits.
The Coits as well. Don't worry,
Now I've got a special guest with me. This is Kate McCarthy from Mount Annan. Welcome to the microphone, Kate.
Thank you.
There. Now, you've had a pretty big day today.
Yeah.
Okay. So tell us, what school are you from?
Mount Annan.
Mount Annan, and you're in the which events?
I'm in the 100 backstroke and the 200 freestyle.
Wow, the 100 back and the 200 free. And you've had a bit of success? Tell us about it.
I got first in the 100 backstroke and second in the 200 free.
So you're not a novice swimmer, are you? Now, what about the school? Has the school got a relay here or anything like that?
My sister is in a relay, so we have a 16-year-old girls relay.
Okay, so your sister's here as well, so it's a family thing.
Yeah.
You know, the family will be here and they're all watching. If not, they're watching on the live stream and checking how things are going. And you'll be in swim club, no doubt. Which swim club?
Atlantis.
Okay, Atlanta Swim Club, and that's out at?
It's Mean Grange.
Okay. So I suspect that you would have come through, primary school championships, and now you're into the secondary championships and so on. What do you like most about it?
About this championships now?
Well, yeah, about being in swimming, and you've chosen swimming for your sport. Do you have other sports?
I do aerial, which is like circus school, once a week.
Oh, okay. So you're a bit of an all-rounder. Circus skills, that looks a bit dangerous to me. When you're my age, it is. Yeah. Okay, but you've chosen swimming. Now, what made up your mind that swimming's for me? You've got an older sister that's in swimming, but were there other factors?
I mean, my siblings have always been like a big factor, but every time I do swimming, I've always been so passionate about swimming.
Okay, it's hard work, but
yeah, a lot of training, a lot of early mornings.
yeah, a lot of early mornings. I've been talking to some people today, like Craig Stevens, and I was talking to Alicia O'Neill, a water polo player, a few moments ago, and they're all saying how you've got to have your life pretty organised, that this is the time for school, this is the time for study and so on. Do you find that?
I need to. I'm not the best with it yet. I'm trying to get myself organised still. It's like getting into high school and everything. Just trying to find my organisation.
Oh, I guess mum or dad can help with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so where do you aspire to? Where do you want to go with this?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm just kind of in the moment with my swimming. Just try and keep in what I'm doing right now.
That's good. That's good. I think that, sometimes we can get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
And we don't satisfy the objectives we've set because we're thinking, going to do this, going to do this, going to do this. But I bet you've got some friends in the swim club and at school in the swimming and so on. Do you enjoy it?
I do. I enjoy it a lot. And I've got really great people on my team.
Have you? So a lot of support and encouragement?
Yeah.
That's magnificent. Well, look, thank you very, very much for talking with us. What have you got coming up?
I'm not swimming tomorrow, but on Friday I do have 100 fly and 100 free.
Okay. We'll be looking forward to watching. Good luck with it all.
Thank you.
Thanks for speaking with us.
You're welcome.
Bye. Well done. It's not easy doing that. Well done. Okay, so we thank young Kate there for talking with us and sharing her experiences as we move to the 100 metre backstroke, men's 17 to 19 years. (17 to 19 years). Men, there are some results. Joshua Smith, this multi-class event. Then we've got Morgan, Jean and Lachlan Hanratty. Congratulations to everyone in that race, everyone that took part.
we've got to get this under.
She was a good kid. She just warmed up. She was nervous at first, then she was fine.
That's a problem.
We'll sit here. And we're away. There are the competitors. This is the 400 medley. 400 metre medley for ladies, 12 to 14 years. So just down the lanes, we've got lane 1 to 7, we've got Amelia Vandermeer, Andrea Thompson, Jolie Bruce, Jocelyn Donald, Evie Bullock, Mia Elliott and Indiana Alkman. This is the 400 metre individual medley. That's, I believe, Evie Bullock in 5, out in front of Jocelyn Donald, next to her in lane 4. As we go down the backstroke leg, now we at the turn. These are grueling, these races, as you move from one stroke to the other. So we'll come out of this now, go to the butterfly. Sorry, the breaststroke. Lanes 5 and 4 have skipped away. And it's Evie Bullock still holding a lead of almost a body length from Jocelyn Donald. And Evie looks like a pretty strong breaststroker. So, to the final couple of laps. and Evie from Winmalee is not surrendering the lead whatsoever. In fact, she's moved out a little bit further now. It's probably 1.5 to 2 body lengths. Jocelyn Donald hanging on, but with a lot to do. And in lane 3, Jolie Bruce. Well, no problems there for Evie in a time of 5:43.23. So we'll just wait for the final placings to come onto the screen. Just got to wait for all competitors to complete the course. After the individual medleys today, we've then got some heats of the 50-metre freestyle. They'll be over in a flash. So that's in our first schedule for our first session tomorrow. So there are the places. Evie Bullock, Jocelyn Donald, Jolie Bruce, Mia Elliott, Andrea Thompson, Indiana Aikman and Amelia Vandermeer. And now we're away in Heat 2. Cadence McShane, this is from lane 0, across the pool. Cadence McShane, Olive Hutchinson, Jennifer McPartland, Annika Fowler, Rafaela Capiliu, Millie Edwards, Lara Clack, Ella Mounter, Bella Teal and Celine Voon. So here they come back. Butterfly. I should mention too that one of the prestigious trophies that's awarded each year in these championships is the Sir Henry Rawson Challenge Cup. Now, this cup perpetuates the memory of Barney Kiernan, who was champion swimmer of the world. He died in 2005, aged 19 years, and every year the cup is rotated between the 200, 400 and 800, and it was first swum for in 1922. So this is certainly an annual award that's persisted for a long time. And this year the cup is going to be presented to the winner of the boys 17 years plus 200 metres. boys 17 years plus 200 metres. So back they come in the backstroke leg. Annika Fowler in lane 3 has a decent slice of the lead. From Raffaella Kopolu, and then across in 5, Millie Edwards. So at this stage, but it can change a lot depending on individual swimmers' strengths in particular strokes. And the next stroke, the breaststroke leg, is one where if you are an adept breaststroker, you can pull back a lot of ground. So all to be unveiled. I think our leader, Annika, might have maybe lost a little bit of that lead, but it's still significant. I think that Raffaella Kopolu has pulled back maybe half a metre. Let's see how they come up. I could be wrong there. That's still a good lead. And growing. So it'll all come down to the freestyle leg. It is hard to pull back 1.5 body lengths in the freestyle at this level. And there's the touch and the turn and into the freestyle. Powering away now. Annika Fowler came in with a time of 5:19. She'll get inside that. Raffaella Kopolu, Millie Edwards. Millie's lost a bit of ground there in her position in third, and we can jump across the lane. So there's the winner in 5:11. Good swim. And second in lane 4, Raffaella. And then you go across, I think that might be 6 or 7. 7 in third place. If it is, it'll be Ella Mounter from Lambton. No? Let's see.
Right, Billy, another interview for you.
Okay, so we just get those final places. They'll come up on screen in a moment. And it was Annika Fowler, 5:11, Raffaella Kopolu and Lara Clack from Newcastle, who jumped up into that third spot.
We're going to interview her. She's in S14. I've got Mum. I've got Mum coming as well.
So 400 metre medley. We're just organising a young lady to come in for an interview as this medley takes place. 12 to 14 years men's or boys. 400 IM. Well, I've got a very special guest that's just joined me. This is Vanessa Ozels, and Vanessa is from Borkham Hills.
High school.
Welcome.
Hi.
It's lovely to have you, Vanessa. Have you had a good day?
Oh yes, I did have a good day.
Well, tell me about your events.
What free events have you done today?
What events have you done today? Now, you swam in the multi-class events. Now, I know for a fact that you swam in the backstroke, the 100 backstroke, yes. You swam in that one. How was that?
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. I felt like I was really pushing through everything, like despite getting disqualified in 200 IM. And the thing is, I didn't get too upset about it. I'm like, yeah, get through it. You can do it.
You must
Like
have,
that.
I reckon you'd have a pretty busy schedule. You know, you've got school,
Yes.
and you've got your swimming,
Soccer.
and soccer as well. You're a bit of an all-rounder. Yeah.
I do find some time to manage it, like on different days.
So, does Mum get you well organised?
Yeah, she teaches me everything a bit about organisation, even when I make organisation mistakes. I get through it with her.
That's fantastic. And have you got friends here today with you?
Yes, there was Crystal Jessen and Devin Lee
Yep,
from my soccer.
yep.
He's a soccer player too, as well as me.
So tell me, when did you start all of this sport?
That's a difficult question.
Were you in the primary schools, PSSA and all of that stuff?
Did you do primary school PSSA?
Oh, yeah.
Can you remember?
No, but I heard from my mum I did when I was like 5 years old and
Started swimming when you were 5. You did PSSA when you were 10.
oh yeah, a 10-year-old.
That's a wonderful achievement. Now, what do you like about it the most? What do you like? Do you like the competing or do you like the training? What do you like with all of this sport that you play? The soccer, the swimming?
It's very fun and relaxing. It makes me have a good night's rest each time I come here.
Well, I know you're right, because even at my age, I go for my walks and things, and when I do my exercise, I know that I sleep better that night. Okay. Now, have you got some more events coming in this championships? We've got 3 days of events.
Oh yes.
About 4.
You've got more events. Okay. That's wonderful. So, what are you in tomorrow? Anything tomorrow or Friday?
Oh yeah, the 2 days.
We haven't looked at
days.
the events. She does. We don't know.
Okay,
No
okay.
idea.
I mean, we watch the multi-class people here and they are so committed to what they're doing. It's just absolutely wonderful. I mean,
Amazing.
everyone claps and cheers and so on.
Inspirational.
It is. It is absolutely inspiring to watch you guys, the way you perform and the way
Especially us disability kids. Because us disability kids get kind of bullied a lot, I heard. It's very sad. That's what my mum told me. I like these other schools.
It's
that you
ability.
come
Ability.
from. Yep.
It's not disability, it's disability.
Yeah.
And we think you're all absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm going to watch out for you in your next couple of events, Vanessa. We're going to give you, from this room here, a huge cheer. So when you finish, you look across here and we'll be cheering, I can tell you that. Okay. Now, I'm so glad you were able to join us. It's been absolutely wonderful to meet you. We've stopped all of our coverage of all of the events so we can talk to you. Okay?
Hopefully not too loud cheering.
Well, look,
You going to say thank you, Pat?
thank you.
Yep.
Thank you
Thank you for having
very,
me.
very much.
That's an elbow pumper.
For an elbow popper?
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having
And
her.
thank you, Mum, for bringing her over to talk with all of the people out there that are listening to us.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity. She's
No.
really happy to come.
It's wonderful. You know, these little things help us move forward, and it's just another experience. I'm still learning.
You did
Oh, you never stop learning.
Never stop learning. Well done, young lady. We'll look forward to seeing you in your next event. Thank you very, very much.
So thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
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 Okay. Is that with the frog?
She was great. Wonderful. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that from that wonderful young lady, Vanessa Ozols, and Mum, who accompanied her while we did a quick interview with her, a young girl from the Multiclass events in the CHS Swimming Championships, and it's just phenomenal to see people come along and participate and do their absolute best every time, and you can just see the enjoyment. I could see the enjoyment with that young lady. Okay, we move forward, and we've got the medley girls 15 to 16 years. This is the 400 individual medley 15 to 16 years. Into the backstroke. I'll just go through the names for you if anyone missed them at the start of the race. From lane 0, we've got Sienna Whalen in 0, Nadia Kasner in 1, then out to 3, Dominic Milbourne in 3, Alexandra Lawrence in 4, Ava Jankovic 5, Heidi Schneider in 6, and Bella Pollard in 8. Now out of the backstroke into the breaststroke. And it's lane 5, Ava Jankovic, followed by Alexandra Lawrence. Then over in lane 6, Heidi Schneider. And we're into the freestyle, and Eva Jankovic has got an unassailable lead from Alexandra Lawrence. Then over to Heidi Schneider. Yeah, she's had a dominant win here. Ava. From Merriweather. So while the other swimmers are coming in, I can tell you that we're following sequence here. We'll be going to the boys 15-16s, time finals, and then the girls and boys 17s to 19s. So Anna Jankovic, Alexandra Lawrence, Heidi Schneider, Dominique Melbourne, Bella Pollard, Nadia Kasner, Samantha oops, yep. So the boys are on the blocks. They're pushing them through quickly now. There are 2 heats, timed heats here for the final. They'll be timed finals, so the best times will go through. We'll keep a record of the times here so we can compare. And I reckon that's lane 6. Lachlan Street from Kingswood, but it's a line of 4 there in the butterfly leg, and it would be impossible to pick a winner given the changes that take place in medley events. We'll see who the specialist backstrokers are here. And those that might not be. Charge here from Ewan Kalmeyer from Heathcote, Sydney East region. He's moved up into second, not that far away. Not far enough away to feel comfortable, that's for sure. So Ji Yong Peng turned in front narrowly to Ewan Kalmeyer. So we've got a tight go here with the breaststroke and freestyle to finish. So it's 5 around first. Ji Yong Peng. And it was Callum Gardner. Then Ewan Kalmeyer. It seems that Ji Yong has, he led narrowly in the first leg, then he might have conceded a little in the second leg, but he's pushed away in that breaststroke. And to pull back a couple of body lengths over 100 metres may not be doable. Callum Gardner in second place, making every effort. But it won't be enough. So it's going to be lanes 5 and 3 and 4. Ji Yong Peng, 5:27.37. Callum Gardner in second place in that timed final. And third place will be lane 4. So we've got Ewan Kalmeyer. So from here we go to the second timed heat to determine the winner, and that winner will be placed on times.
Yeah, well, there was a girl from Barry.
And here are the competitors in the next heat, from Matthew Allen across to Isaac Reese. They're in the water.
I found one. What's his name?
Amalia House. The girl.
Okay, Amalia.
Yeah, 133.
133.
H-O-W-C.
Yeah. It's 133, it must be Friday.
So this is heat 2 of the 15 to 16 years boys 400 metre individual medley. They're just through the butterfly leg, going into the backstroke, then the breaststroke and then the freestyle.
Sorry mate, Jade Scott. No,
We've got Connor Dibben leading. We've seen Connor in a few races today, a few events. So he's clearly an excellent all-rounder. So the two in the lane 4, the two at the head of the group are Charles Walker from Merriweather and Benjamin Harris from the Panda is round, the Ponds round is in lane 3, but it's Connor Dibben in round 5 from Cronulla. So it's 4, 5 and then 3, no 2, lane 2, which would be Angus Smythe. So 5, Connor Dibben will go round first into the breaststroke.
Broken Hill there. Austin Clavel.
Had a very good day's racing today at the Homebush Aquatic Centre. We got off to a rocky start with some technical difficulties, but our experts have fixed that for us. They've done a great job in getting things back up and running. We apologise to those that might have missed seeing their children or friends or family, relatives, whatever it might be, or schools. But it's lane 5 and lane 4 here, head to head. Lanes 5 and 4. Connor Dibben and Charles Walker. Then lane 2, Angus Smythe. So Connor Dibben with about a body length. And Charles Walker trying to close that. Charles Walker has pulled back some of that water, but it won't be enough. So we're going to have Connor Dibben with this timed heat of this final, and then it'll be Charles Walker, and then we'll come back to lane 2, Angus Smythe from Alstonville will fill third.
So where's she? What number is this? 13. Joe's present. We've already got the. Actually, she might be a chance. Actually, she She might be the girl you can try and move. One more earlier today. She? Class person's girl.
Now to the 17, 19 years girls, 400 metre medley. Meg Porter, Kiara Virgo, Amber Clark, Avril Jones, Khalees Presland, Natasha Fraser, Jessica Buffett, Georgia Caldwell, Tiana Van Stralen and Jasmine Fowler. And they're away 100 metres each of butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke and freestyle. Well, over in lane 6, Jessica Buffett. Narrowly leads from lane 4, Khalees Presler. From Willoughby, I believe. And then if you look across, now lane 3. So we've got 4, 5, 3. So we've got Khalees Presler, we've got Natasha Fraser, and we've got Avril Jones. But it's, no, there's a lane 6, Jessica Buffett, that's hung on to. It's just out of our screenshot. So it's lane 4, Khalees Presler. Lane 6, Jessica Buffett. And then here on this side, in lane 3, Avril Jones is making a big move. So Khalees Presler heads the charge. And then we've got to her right on screen in lane 4, Khalees Presler, and then over 2 lanes away in lane 6, Jessica Buffett. And Khalees Presler has shown them a clean pair of heels in this breaststroke leg. She's now 3.5 to 4 lengths out in front, moving into the freestyle. So, unless something totally unforeseen happens, she'll win this by a good stretch. Khalees Presler from Willoughby. Williama. West Darling, Williama, well done. Yes, I had Willie on the board. W-I-L-L-Y was the abbreviation here, so it was a bit of a stab in the dark. So we apologise to Khalees Pressler from Williama because she's bolting in. We've seen Khalees in a number of events and she's excelled in all of them. Hence her skill here in the medley. So congratulations, Khalees Pressler. And then in lane 3, Avril Jones, and then across in 6, Jessica Buffett.
I'll go and grab her until tomorrow morning. Got to get a push and speed.
Well, she'll go, probably go.
I'll show you the presentation. Interesting.
.505. Pretty good time too. Khalees Pressler, Avril Jones and Jessica Buffett. Now we go to the boys 400 metre medley. This will be a straight final. Now the young lad we spoke to earlier in the day, Riley Twiss, is competing here. Then we've got Alexander Thompson, Cooper Phillips, Bailey Crean and Cade Knight. So Riley Twiss, Callaghan College, Alexander Thompson, Ford Street, Cooper Phillips, Freshwater, Bailey Crehan, Oak Flats and Cade Knight, Tumut. And they're stretched out between lane 2 and 6. The thing we know about Riley Twiss is he is more of a distance swimmer, so certainly the endurance part of this won't be a struggle for him. But at the moment it's lane 5, Bailey Crehan, just a touch in front of lanes 4 and 3, Cooper Phillips and Alexander Thompson. So we're approaching the halfway mark of this event. Ready to move into the breaststroke leg. Cooper Phillips turned first. Followed by Alexander Thompson, and across to Bailey Crehan, then Riley Twiss, back a little, Cade Knight has made a good charge through. Cade's from Tumut. Give us a cheer, Tumut. So those lead four of Thompson, Phillips, Crean and Knight. There's nothing in the turn at the freestyle 100 metre leg that would deter any of them from being a chance of winning this. So away they go. It's all in front of them. Alexander Thompson just in front of Bailey Crehan, Cooper Phillips and Cade Knight at that turn. There's the line of four. Still can't pick it. It's 3 and 5 maybe. There you go now. That's saying Cade Knight, Alexander Thompson, Cooper Phillips. So let's wait for the officials. That was a very tight finish. Cade Knight, Tumut, 4:46. Well done, Cade. He swam a terrific race. He waited and waited, and it was really in that last leg that he put the accelerator down. Cade Knight, Alexander Thompson, Cooper Phillips will place 1, 2, 3. Then we've got Bailey Crehan and Riley Twiss. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today for the live stream of this combined high schools swimming championships. We hope you've enjoyed your day and we look forward to having your company bright and early in this morning. Good afternoon, drive safely.